You are, definitely.
Early morning and long day.
Yeah. Woo. Oh, there it is. morning.
Morning, Rudy.
Morning, bro. How you doing? Good, man. Pretty good, man. Pretty good. It's been amazing. Any better be a sin. Yeah.
Morning. I mean, so. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, I put these back there. I can walk through it with
All right,
you. If you'd
perfect.
Like.
Yeah, Mike's not here yet.
Probably because all we have to do is open Zoom and you install on that computer. All we have to do is connect up to whoever's watching. And the computer that's available would have HDMI out. Zoom, how are you getting video into the or is there not any video? Okay, so the Zoom will have one so it the one that's receiving the remote so there needs to be HDMI video out of that laptop into the switcher so that everybody agrees. There needs to be output from the switcher into the laptop so that people, so that the remote person can see what's happening in the room. Then there needs to be audio out of the laptop into the switcher so that people in the room can hear the remote and if they're going to bring back the audio from the switcher out of it so that the remote person can hear audio. HDMI out of the laptop into a Yeah, so you have video going, audio and video from your switcher going through something back from the laptop. Coming out of the laptop, right? How is he hearing you?
If you want, you can play something. See if the rig's on.
Health Service, the Bureau of Indian.
Good morning, Indigenous country. Come on, you can do better than that. Good morning, Indigenous country. Oh, man, I've seen some beautiful things over the last few days, you know. I've seen some beautiful things. I went out to eat at a Chinese restaurant. We were seated by an African.
California, close to, well, not even close, about an hour from Eureka, and really remote and rural area, which has some unique challenges up here.
I can remember there being a time when I couldn't wait to get out of here. Having left and having had my career, and it took me a long time to realize that this is our home.
Whatever I do, you know, you have to think about how you're going to use it, how it's going to benefit you, and how is it going to replenish the world. Our Native people have to stand their ground and say, you know, this is our land, and we're not going to let you destroy it.
As a Hoopa people, we believe that the health of the people is a reflection of our environment. And so if our environment is not well, then we as a people are going to be unhealthy. And so we try to maintain and manage this place using the tools that were left here for us.
Well, Hoopa has a big amount of seed here, and I think that the seed zone here, if we were to start collecting it, we could help replenish the forest in other areas. We only got one place to go, and that's up, you know, and I'm looking forward to it.
The way the tribe runs it, Sameta grows the trees, forestry oversees that, lays out a timber sale, we cut a unit, they come in and burn it and replant it with those seedlings. You know, that's why we do this, is forest management. You know, we're not out there trying to rape the lands like a lot of landowners do. The way we protect things, I think it helps out with the way the fire community is doing right now. You know, it's just devastating out there seeing a lot of this timber go up in flames.
We have to strike a balance, and I think that that's what the forest management plan was designed to do, because if you leave it to rot, we're all in threat of being burned up. We're known in the industry as a leading forest manager. I mean, people have used our forest management plan as a template.
This tribe existed here for all the things at River. There was basket material, there was fish, there was lamprey, there was different species of fish pretty much year-round.
Trinity River runs right through the valley, and it is the heartbeat of the tribe. That's why the tribe continues to fight for those water resources today.
What has happened of recent, we don't have fish, you know, and so it disrupts that sequence of prayer that's supposed to happen and has happened for generations.
I have an older daughter, I have a granddaughter, 2 younger daughters, 13 and 16. What I'm trying to do is maintain a connection for them. So that's the challenge, is for this place to flourish again.
The river is our lifeblood. People are place, you know, it's about place.
You know, if you want to conserve our land here, give it back to the Native people, because we are the ones that know exactly how to take care of it.
It's all about us taking charge of our future and who we are as Hoopa people.
Because we're a space-based people. So we exist here in the valley as we have for generations, maintaining that relationship.
You know, being away, you don't realize how beautiful and what a great place and how great the people are here till you move away. But we have a unique opportunity to actually move our core business here to create jobs, which is really what it's all about.
It doesn't hurt to look at other models, to see the success that other tribes had, and to use that to create ideas that fit for your own tribe. And we're actually now developing a Section 17 corporation. We're looking to move towards 8A.
We're building structure with regard to economic development, and we're moving economic development from the political realm to the business realm to create an atmosphere of business.
With as many obstacles that have existed for tribes, including the Hoopa, it's nice to see that they are in control of their own destiny right now. And I think it'll be exciting to see them reach the next level of success, which I know ultimately they will.
Welcome back. It is 5:24. The Trinity River in Northern California is the lifeblood to the Hoopa tribe. It's the source of its food and all the locations of its ancestral ceremonies.
So the diversion of water for ag and the drought threaten their very way of life. ABC 10's John Bartel was invited to see how it is affecting them.
Every 2 years, just before the salmon run in the fall, ceremony leader Merv George gathers members of the Hoopa tribe to perform what's called the white deerskin dance.
We've been doing these ceremonies since the beginning of time.
The ceremony involves a 10-day canoe ride down the Trinity River. The white deerskin dance is essential to the Hoopa culture. It's their way of welcoming the renewal of the world and the gifts that the Trinity River provides.
We're definitely known for one of the tribes that have been able to keep our culture going since day one.
Mainly due to the remoteness of their territory, the U.S. government never forced the Hoopa off their land. Unlike most Native American tribes, a treaty was signed in 1864 protecting the land that the Hoopa lived on, but it didn't protect the water that ran through it.
Since the dams went in, of course, it made it a lot easier to divert the water that normally should be coming down here to go somewhere else.
The problem is to get water from where it falls to where it will do the most good.
Starting in the early 1930s, a massive water reclamation and relocation effort known as the Central Valley Project began. Today, 18 dams and reservoirs on major rivers, including the Trinity, store water, create electricity, and transport that water to thirsty crops from Redding to Bakersfield.
New resources, new wealth, new markets to make America strong and keep America free.
The water project, however, didn't help the Hoopa.
We started discovering that, we're suffering some salmon population issues.
Prior to 1999, upwards of 90% of the cold, clean water from the Trinity River was ultimately stopped at the Trinity and Lewiston Dam, then diverted to the Sacramento River. That loss of the cold, clean water caused fish kills, like the one that happened in 2002.
When you're looking at 68,000 adult salmon belly up and just littering the sides of the bank, the only thing that I could think of in my mind was sort of the feeling that a lot of the natives had when they were watching all the buffalo get killed.
Merv George and the Hoopa tribe have spent a great deal of time fighting for water rights in the Trinity, and they've made great progress. Today, 50% of the original water flows are released from the dam, but still, it's often not enough. In fact, the Hoopa must actually request from the federal government to release more water just to safely float the river for the white deerskin dance.
And this year being another drought year, I know how valuable this water is.
The agreement on water flows is not ideal, but the Hoopa were here before the dams, and they hope to be here if the day comes when those dams are gone.
Our old people tell us, no matter what, you keep these dances going.
From the waters of the Trinity River in Hoopa, I'm John Bartel.
Will everyone please stand as we welcome Chairman Joe Davis from the Hoopa Valley Tribe to say our morning prayer.
Morning, everybody. I just want to say it's an honor to be here. We're really here just to learn from other tribes and get our name out there, and share with you who we are as a people, and also learn from all you. And as I mentioned on Monday, we want to come together with other tribes just as we need to come together as our own tribe more and more. And it's just a blessing to be here. We want to see good for all of our Native people, and we hope that we can continue to work with you all in a very good way. And so as Native people, we're all praying people. We all pray a little bit differently. But, you know, I ask that you pray with me, and as I pray the very best way that I know how. So I appreciate you guys' time and looking forward to working with you all going forward. It's been a great honor to meet so many of you out here. Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this great time to come together as Native people. We pray that you continue to watch over us. Make our families and our communities healthy and strong. Please bless our rivers, our air, our food, and everything that makes us up, Lord. And let us be able to continue as a strong people and be able to come together and share with each other in a very positive way, and let things only get better for us from here on. And we know that we've been through a lot of tough times, and we pray that as time goes on, things just only get better. We have continued healing. And once again, we just thank you for every good thing. In Jesus' great name, amen. Thank you, guys.
All right, everyone. We're going to get started. And our first panel discussion this morning will be about tribal sovereignty and the cannabis industry. Our panelists are going to be for this host Nicholas Lewis, council member of the Lummi Nation. Following him will be Dr. Aaron Payment, Sault Ste. Marie Tribe. Joining them on stage will be number one in your hearts, Mr. Ron Allen, Tribal Chairman. Janelle Raybal, Governor Pueblo of a change. Lael Echohawk, Principal, M36, LLC. All right, here he comes, number one, and he's leading all these. He's the most frequented visitor to the stage, so sorry about that. Mr. Ron Allen, he wanted a proper introduction. I'm not going out until they introduce me properly, he said.
You want me to start? All right, good morning. Ani Buju, Biwakajigdishikas. I'm Aaron Payment, former chairperson. Wow, did you hear that? I'm now with the National Indian Health Board, and I'm really excited to help move along some health issues. So, and I'm also grateful. So this morning we are going to talk about the cannabis industry. There's a lot of detail involved in this. There's a lot of issues related to banking. There's some questions about participating in the industry back home. It's got to be the right fit for you. So we're hoping to get some ideas and some answers about that process, so maybe you don't have to struggle through some of the other things and you know the answers earlier. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Nick, who's going to start our questions.
Yeah, so
Nicholas Lewis, I'm sorry.
Nick is fine. So on the cannabis, I know that's come a long way. When I look back at the 7 years that I've been on our tribal council, I remember when I first got on, and it was a tough subject. I think as it's grown across the country, there's been a lot of efforts both in the tribal and legislative back in DC and in the States to allow tribes that flexibility to do that, and was wondering if there's any thoughts that both of you can share on current or pending legalization efforts and the things that are taking place around the cannabis industry.
Yeah, I'll go. Good morning. My name is Lael Echohawk, and I'm a member of the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma. And I've been sort of dabbling in the cannabis space longer than my mother would like me to admit. It's a lot of research at a certain point in time in my life. I'm glad this is streaming. Anyway, get to the point. So I've been, in 2014, some of you guys will remember that there was a memo that came out. So in the 1990s, a lot of states were legalizing medical marijuana, but there wasn't an opportunity for tribes to really participate in the business until 2014. In December of 2014, a memo came out from the Department of Justice that basically said that tribes can participate in the legalization, adult use and medical use of the cannabis industry, provided they met certain requirements. These are the same requirements that states are also to comply with. Lots of things like, you know, making sure it doesn't filter out to minors. There's no, there's no drug cartel activity. So there was a number of priorities. They came out, and so in 2015. Indian country sort of went, well, what do we do now? And so there was some hubbub. There was a number of, sort of fits and starts. And within a couple years, Washington State sort of led the way, and tribes began signing compacts with their states, Washington first, and it's gone down now to Nevada and other states. And tribes began legalizing marijuana or cannabis within their tribes. And before we continue, I just want to say, when I say cannabis, I mean the whole shebang. I'm talking about anything that has THC in it, which is a psychoactive ingredient. And we hear a lot about hemp and CBD. It's all part of the same plant. So when you say cannabis, I'm sort of talking holistically about the entire industry. So today, I was on a panel at Indian Gaming Association this year, and Klaus Robinson, who they do a lot of studies in Indian country, they did a survey. Today there are 35 tribally owned dispensaries in the country. 26 tribes own and operate dispensaries in the continental United States, and 40% sell to adult use consumers and medical patients. So we're seeing sort of a flood of, tribes that can and states that can, I think we're going to talk about that a little bit later, who have entered the market and are doing well. And I think Chairman's going to speak to, sort of the opportunity there. But today, it does matter what state you're located in. There are difficulties, again, we'll talk about this a little bit later, how to get into this space. But there is opportunity, and not just for, I think, adult use, but the medical side of things, which, my research aside, my sister has epilepsy, and that was one of the reasons that my mom was sort of really interested in us getting into and learning more about this space, because there is good science that says that there's good medicine that can be derived from the marijuana plant.
Brian, comment? Well, this year I'm turning 75, and when I turn 70, I tell everybody the main reason I'm here is I survived the 60s twice. The first set, I was doing a lot of experimenting and doing a lot of research in this industry. With the state on state-tribal relations, and as she noted, the compacts allow us to do every aspect of the industry. So retail, which is what Jamestown is in the middle of. So we have a good retail outfit that basically sells the recreational and the medicinal. And of course, we're allowed to grow, we're allowed to distribute, we're allowed to do research. So every aspect of the industry, our tribes can venture into whichever we choose to go. And so it varies from tribe to tribe. So right now we're in the retail, and we're preparing to go into the growing aspect of the industry itself. And I take that back. And the third one is we're looking more extensively into the medicinal. So our shop basically has a medicinal component to it. So we have a counseling facility within the facility where one of our doctors, who's an expert in the medicinal remedies to ailments or injuries, etc. And so they can go into these counseling sessions and discuss which of these products can be helpful to them. And we're kind of following the path of the Puyallup Nation up our way in the Tacoma area, who have a very extensive program up there. So we're following that track. We think that it works. It's complementary. That our doctor can only be an advisor, because of medical practices. That's important to keep the firewall between her medical role versus advisory role on the cannabis. Our tribe just sees it as another opportunity to diversify our economic portfolio. We create jobs, we create new income. It is a little challenging. Lael knows more about the financing side of it in terms of how you can handle the revenue that we generate from it. But for our tribe, it's been very, very successful. We use a lot of these revenues dedicated to acquire or reacquire homelands in our area for a variety of purposes, whether it's for housing or for other economic development, et cetera. So that's what we do at Jamestown. We just see this industry as a great opportunity. It works for us very well. And of course, the non-Indian sector, we have to keep our prices the same as their prices. But the advantage for us is we keep the taxes. That's one of the big advantages of our compact. There's a tax attached to the industry products, and including if you're distributing it, or including if you're growing it and selling the products, there's a tax attached to it. We keep the tax fully, 100%, and it's used for essential tribal purposes.
Awesome. So my question is, we'll go back to you. What should a tribe think about when considering whether to enter the cannabis industry? There's a lot of details about the classification of it as a drug still. The Indian Health Service doesn't permit for it to be delivered through the Indian Health Service. There's issues on the reservation on HUD houses and zero tolerance. All of these issues, plus there's ethical questions. And if you remember back when casinos first started, and there were questions about whether we should be involved in doing gaming or serving alcohol and all those ethical type of questions. So what should a tribe think about as they're looking at going into this industry?
Well, our experience was probably like a lot of tribes when you're moving into the industry. We often joke that Indian country does a lot of economic and business development in the sin industries, alcohol, tobacco, gaming, etc. And so is this another one that works? It's legal, it works, and so for us, we had to deal with a lot of elders and those who believe that cannabis is the gateway to heroin. Or other kinds of substances and creates abuse and dependency on drugs. And so there was lots of fears about it. Were we doing the right thing for our people? And is this something we should be doing? Just like selling alcohol in our C-stores or in our casino resort properties, et cetera. And so we had to educate, quite frankly. We had to cause them to have a better understanding. Some we persuaded that it works and it is not a gateway, that it actually has medicinal value, which is a very a strong plus to the product and helping people heal. Similar to very traditional practices on using the different variations of the product to heal people, and so there's a nexus there. So we do spend a lot of time with our cultural committee and our elder committee, particularly our younger generation. They just say, what's the problem here? So it's easy to persuade them that it was a good thing to do. And a lot of them actually, knowledgeable about it. Maybe they know what the gummies do or the different products do. I don't know. But it was more the generation that still is worried about the gateway to dependency. So I think that we're prevailing, and we have constant educational within our council forums, and when we get asked to educate, what's the industry about, what's the product do, both the recreational versus the medicinal side.
All right. So when my tribe moved forward with this industry, it was during a campaign election cycle, not my cycle. But you know that saying, that old saying, a chicken in every pot? Well, it turned to a pot in every chicken. So my question is, remember the early days when we had revenue and we had money to be able to invest in different things, and we had developers lining up, snake salesmen offering all kinds of stuff. What should tribes look forward to and be on alert for when people approach them on how to get into the industry?
Yeah, so part of what I do besides advising tribes, I've helped work on deals between tribes and potential developers. I also sit on the Cannabis Control Board for the St. Regis Mohawk, the Akwesasne tribe. There's a couple of things. One, regulation. I started my career as a gaming regulator working at the NIGC early on in my career, and one of the things that we learned was in gaming, we learned when people come out to tribes and seem to be throwing money at you, to look at the fine print, to do your research on who these people are, make sure that you do extensive background checks. Today, the cannabis industry is really growing, and it's growing. They're very big companies. I think that over time we're going to see sort of big companies kind of wipe out the little guys. We can already see that happening. The science is really good around, greenhouses and vertical growing and how the clones are developed. The financing is clear. You have publicly traded companies that are now investing in cannabis. And so I think that it's the two things, right? On the one hand, you have your robust regulation. You make sure that you vet and you do the background checks on all these people. And you also make sure from a business side that they actually have the capabilities that they say they have, that they're respected in the industry, because otherwise you can end up in a situation where you either don't have a successful business or your name is linked to a snake oil salesman forever and ever. One of the things I was telling people early on in the industry is that we're Native people. Our tribes are going to be the same tribes, the same name forever. These companies can come in and go bankrupt and take off and change their name and reemerge, and that's not who we are as Native people. So being very careful about who you tie yourself to, particularly in this business, because it's still pretty early. And there's still a lot of mom and pops and people that swear that they have just the right strain, and maybe they do, but they might not have the business acumen or the funding that they're saying.
Thank you. Very informative answer.
So kind of on that note, one of the challenges that tribes are facing is the financing, the banking. Is there anything that you can share with us about that and what Congress is doing to help those in the industry make it easier? And I think, with Ron, now that you guys have your store, after the first part is answered, what do you guys do with your banking? How do you guys navigate that? So I guess two-part question.
Well, it's tricky right now. Chairman Allen's tribe is located in Washington State. Colorado, Washington State were sort of the first two states, again, to roll out adult use, but also to have small credit unions, local credit unions that were willing to bank cannabis money. The issue is that because cannabis, and I should have said at the beginning, marijuana is still illegal. It is still a controlled substance, and therefore it is highly regulated. When you're you will be highly regulated when you're engaging in the industry. So banks don't touch it. Big banks don't touch it. Credit cards don't touch it, because FinCEN, which is manages or regulates banks, has said for every transaction that a bank, a credit card, enters into with a cannabis, someone who's in the cannabis industry, that they have to do a suspicious activity report. It's called a SAR. It's very time-consuming, lots of resources required to keep up with that. So there's just not enough money yet in the industry for these big banks, to Bank of America, Chase, so on. They won't touch it. At the beginning, when tribes are going into the business, I heard many stories, banks who told tribes they had 90 days to take all of their money, loans, hotel money, you know, bonds, all their stuff, all their money, and move it out of their bank. And they had 90 days to do that. That was a very, very expensive transaction for the tribe to move all their money that quickly. So today we still have hesitancy in the market. There is legislation floating around Congress right now that would one is called the Safe Banking Act, that has been gotten a lot of press recently, that would allow banks to bank cannabis money. But the problem in Congress is this, and I was sharing this with some people and with Chairman Allen yesterday, that Senator Booker, Cory Booker, he has another bill, him and Senator Schumer, and it addresses, it decriminalizes marijuana, and it also would expunge the record of anyone who had a marijuana offense up to a certain point. And for him, he's very passionate about this. He says he will not allow banking, the legal cannabis money to be banked under the Safe Banking Act unless this issue is resolved. Why is that important? Well, if you think about the people who were primarily targeted, you know, by the war on drugs, we're talking about black and brown people mostly black and brown men who were arrested, charged, convicted of, could be small drug offenses, could be large marijuana or cannabis-related offenses, and it has a ripple effect. And so a story from my own life, back in the day, I used to date this young man who went out with his friends. They were going to go to a club or something, and they got caught by a police officer smoking I don't know, a joint or something in the car. They got arrested, charged, convicted. It was a misdemeanor offense. He wanted to go to college, and when he went to fill out the FAFSA, they made he had to say that he had been convicted of a drug offense. That made him ineligible for Pell Grants. He didn't come from a family that had money to send him to school. He's never gone to college because he didn't have the financial wherewithal to go. We all know college is expensive. But that's one of the ripple effects, and that's why Senator Booker is so passionate about he's holding the banking issue until Congress eases up on the other, so that we have we have our people back in our communities, and they can thrive. So, you know, there's a lot of politics going on. I have to say this too. President Biden he comes from a position that he believes that marijuana is a gateway drug, and I think it's highly unlikely that he would sign a bill legalizing marijuana. There's just not, I mean, there is, on the local levels, grassroots, there is a push, but when you get into Congress and you have those members of Congress, particularly on the Senate side, who take this position, I just don't see legalization happening within the next 3 years. I think if we're there in 5 years, that would be a lot. But there's an opportunity there for tribes, right? So.
Well, I'd certainly agree with Lael's assessment politically. How we're going to remedy some of the problems around the industry, starting with the president and the old guard kind of thinking, and that's true in the Senate. It's true probably in the Senate even more so than the House side. So changing these laws is going to be a bit of a heavy lift for us. We have to be vigilant about it. The industry does work. It's in a lot of states now, and the states are getting smarter about the fact that it is a viable industry. The product is a safe industry, and of course medicinal is getting better traction than recreational. That is fine, but you got to make it work. So the financial side is a big issue for us. I agree with Lael that we're going to have a tough time. We want to get it. We want to make it work, and the banks are under scrutiny. They'd probably love to take the money. There's a lot. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. I forgot how many billions it is in Washington State, but it's rising fast, and Colorado and in California elsewhere. So it's an industry that's not going to go away. I agree with her point about DOJ is kind of just standing down, you know, in terms of where are they going to try to prosecute it. It's a federal, it's illegally federally, but they're not going to fight with the states over state authority, state sovereignty, federal sovereignty, et cetera. So it's not going to go anywhere. So we have to figure out how to work around it. So there are financial institutions that will work with us, you know, that are comfortable taking our money and putting it into deposits. It's a cash and carry world, you know. Quite frankly, you can't use a credit card because that's the banking industry. So that has its own challenges, quite frankly, and it's a bit of a problem in terms of burglaries. You know, individuals targeted because there's a lot of cash in these properties, and so we have had at certain incidences. Most of us are raising the level of our security and cameras and security personnel, et cetera, just to be on the safe side. But so we really do need to keep trying to work to try to get the banking world to adjust so that they can accept these resources. That's going to be a big deal to us to make the business work. And the bottom line is it's just a cultural adjustment. And it's working in some parts of America, not working in some parts of America. It's just old guard thinking. So we can't let up. We have to keep working on it. We have to keep educating. Just like when we were talking about educating our own people, that we're doing it in our own backyards, on our own reservations. You know, showing that it does not cause problems. And actually, going to Leo's point, there are people in jail who shouldn't be in jail. These are not criminal activities. These are citizens, you know, that they're just enjoying cannabis and or using cannabis, et cetera. So, and you know, everybody knows about the basketball star Griner in Russia. You know, she uses it for medicinal purposes, and but it's illegal there. So that's one of the things we have to be careful about. You know, if you're traveling around with it, some states still make it illegal. And, you know, we have to educate people about that as well. Be careful where you go, be careful where you travel, and be smart about it. But the bottom line is the industry works, and it's a great opportunity for tribes to diversify our economic portfolio and use it for essential purposes.
I did have one question, and Aaron kind of alluded to it when Jamestown started going in this, and you talked about educating the community, having to sit down with a lot of the elders, the Culture Commission, and really appreciate that. One of the things that we've had discussions on or heard from our community when we talk about this is how involved is the tribe in doing this? You know, the shops or the growing, those type of things, or making the gummies, the brownies, cookies, all those things. When you guys got yours up and going, did you guys have those discussions where this is where the tribe will do this, and this is where we can support tribal members creating their own businesses to go into that? And any thoughts with that? And
you mean within the tribal community?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like I was saying earlier, it's an ongoing effort. I mean, you'll have an elder come in and get in your face as a tribal chair or a tribal council person about is this a good thing for us, et cetera. So it's you know, we count on our experts. We have a number of tribal citizens on the board that oversees our cannabis operation, and we let them take the lead because they're the most knowledgeable. And it comes up in our general meetings. You know, these kinds of things come up in tribal council general meetings and discussion of, you know, why are we doing this, or is this a good idea or not? And you know, so that's kind of where we're coming from. We communicate also with the local community. You know, the community wants to know, you know, is this a good thing or not a good thing? So we find ourselves educating the community, because the same kind of mentality, not just only in our own community, our own tribal community, but it's outside our tribal community. And it's interesting that we're more aggressive at educating, you know, doing newspaper ads or articles, letters to the editors and stuff like that, that here's why it's a good thing, and that it's not a criminal kind of activity. And it benefits the community, creates jobs. It helps people provide livelihood for their families, that kind of a thing. So. And that it's regulated. You have to be 18, or no, I take that back, 21 in order to buy. So, and we have a little wrestling match right now with DOJ on. We built ours with a drive-through, and our argument is you can drive through a pharmacy and get opiates. Okay, and so you're kind of going, it's a security issue. Who's in the car? Underage people. Well, quite frankly, when you're going to a pharmacy, you got children in the back seat and you're getting opiates. If you're going through a cannabis retail outfit, you're going through and you got kids, you got to show you're 21 and you're legal. So, but that's a battle, another one of the legal battles that Liel is more knowledgeable about, that we're wrestling with over how to make that viable and to see that it works. It's a part of the industry, quite frankly.
So we have about 10 seconds. Just one final piece of advice would be to know your community, know what they want, have the dialogue with your community. Don't presume that you know what they're thinking on this issue. I'm an example that I didn't completely understand it. Our younger council members understood it much better than I did. And then also know the legal framework that you're working with in your state, and then also protect yourselves. If a deal is too good to be true, it probably is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both for
the
discussion.
All right, as our panelists exit the stage, I just wanted to say, for all those women who didn't get a good morning beautiful text, I wanted to say, good morning. You're strong, you're fierce, you're beautiful. And for all those men who didn't get a good morning handsome text, good morning, ugly. All right, coming back to the stage as we transition back into go mode. This next one will be a U.S. Census Bureau update. Our host will be Lael Echohawk. And please welcome from the Chickasaw Nation, Jessica Imatachi.
They let me come back. My research didn't scare them away. When they told us that we were going to do this, so Jessica is one of my best friends in life, and when I saw on the agenda that we were doing this, I was like, oh, it's going to be like Hoda and Kathy Lee, Regis and Kelly.
Day 3, they're getting brave.
Yeah. So I made a list of hot topics we can talk about besides
good gossip.
Good gossip. Like, who's going to be showing at the Indian Art Market in a couple weeks?
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, I did it on my pink highlighter, yellow legal paper. It's official.
Hopefully you have visited the vendors. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, jewelry's good. Res Dog Season 2. Everyone's to be watching.
Good Okie show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
J-Lo and Ben Affleck. Whether or not there's going to be a second Coco, maybe Mama Coco's still alive.
Could make a showing.
Or the census.
That's where we land. Hopefully all y'all completed your census.
Yeah.
Is my Okie accent coming through? All y'all? Hopefully all y'all did.
Yeah. But I thought the census was over, Jess. Why are we even talking about it?
Well, some might say we're nosy at the census. We ask a lot of questions. We want to know what's going on. So between the 10-year decennial census, we actually have over 100 surveys that we conduct annually. So we're always out there in your business finding out things.
Wait, still?
Yes, still. Probably the most important one for Indian country is the American Community Survey. And that provides that good, rich data between those 10 years. So you're not having to rely on old data, like an old boyfriend. We don't want to do that.
Don't rely on old boyfriends. Sometimes they smoke pot in parking lots and get in trouble. So I also heard that there was an undercount in Indian country, and not just in Indian country. I saw this in the news the other day. So what happened? How did we do? And what does that mean for our communities?
We did have an undercount. Actually, we are the most historically undercounted of any population. And so this year we had about a 5.6% undercount. And like you said, what does that really mean? You're an attorney. Like attorneys say, good facts make good law. Good data makes good planning. So good, reliable data is important. We've got to get that right. Because we had an undercount, we now have a permanent tribal relations program at the census that we've never had before. So we brought on 4 tribal relations specialists to help us connect with tribes, urban programs to improve this. So hopefully in 2030 we don't continue this undercount. So we have 4 folks hired on in the LA region, the Denver region, and the Chicago region. But we are looking to see what we need to do to work together better. And that's really the goal of this program.
So why was there an undercount?
Well, you know, we can blame COVID. Everybody likes to blame COVID right now. So I'm sure that that's part of it. I think there's a continued trust concern. I was actually in a session this week and I heard a comment from a person, which I understand. It's a very valid comment. But they basically said, why are we using census data when we can use tribal enrollment data? And again, I think that's a valid comment. But I also think it's important to remember that not every program requires actual enrollment. You know, there are urban health programs where you can have lineal or descendancy. There are scholarships for, lineage and descendancy. You don't actually have to be an enrolled member. Enrollment is not static. It can change. And so, census data can help you plan for those changes. So I think that concern is like, oh, we don't need census data. We have our own data. So it kind of discourages people to participate and respond. We need to do better about, building that relationship and making sure that we're on the same page about why it's important. And that's part of what this tribal relations program will do.
So during COVID, I know that there was a lot of, they were trying to figure out the formulas for how to disperse money. If we're undercounted, how does the census play into sort of funding programs and making sure tribes are receiving, their allocation in whatever mathematical way that they figure that out? How does the undercount affect those programs?
So I'm really bad at math. I'm not going to talk about methodology and funding. But yes, dramatically impacts programs like housing. Housing uses census data. Our education programs use census data. Even I worked at Indian Health Service headquarters for a number of years, and we would use census data. And so the majority of our big tribal programs rely on census data for those funding methodologies. And we don't want to leave money on the table. We know we're already fighting for full funding. So a big part of that is making sure we have that good data. So when we are going on the Hill, I've heard many folks talk about appropriations issues this week. So when we are making those arguments, we can really speak to what our need is and get those full fundings for those programs that are so critical to our communities.
So what can tribes do internally to help with the count?
Well, we need to increase response. So, work with these new tribal relations specialists. Feel free to come up to me, find out who they are and where they are. Let's get you connected. And then we can also just do some local education campaigns. Talk to your tribal members. Talk to them about why it's important. Program directors, talk about how it helps you in planning, strategic planning. Talk to them about how, you would like to come into the clinic and have, this procedure or access to this program done. Well, that is supported through this funding, which relies on census data. We need to better make those connections in terms of why it's important to us on an everyday local level.
So is there anything exciting coming up with the census?
Well, data is not necessarily an exciting topic usually, but we do have some things. So we will be having a Federal Register notice that's published on August 16th, and that will help you already start to become engaged in 2030 planning. So if there were things you didn't like in 2020, let's figure out how to change it, how to improve it, how to make it better. And you can do that by engaging in this, reading this Federal Register notice and getting involved in this work group that's going to be developed. So they're reaching out to stakeholders, including tribes. We want your feedback. Tell us what works, what doesn't work, what we need to do better. We also have a tribal forum on August the 16th, so you can learn more about American Community Survey and why it's important to your tribe or to your urban program. So I would say get engaged in that. We have a couple of tribal consultations coming up, one in September that's virtual, one in person at NCAI's annual meeting. I think that the tentative consultation date for that will be that Monday, October 31st, Halloween.
Spooky.
Yeah. So come dressed to consultation in your best costume. That'll be fun.
But don't dress, well, I don't know. Can Indians dress like Indians? I'm going to leave that one alone. So where on the, I'm an attorney, I know how to find a federal register notice. How can tribes, how can staff who are going to be assisting their tribes, how do you find a tribal register notice? Is it going to be on the website? Will there be Dear Tribal Leader letters?
There will be some information that goes out to Dear Tribal Leaders, yes, for sure. We do have a Tribal Affairs Office website on the census.gov website, but also you can just talk to your tribal relations specialist. They'll be able to tell you, they'll be able to just send you that link directly, so you don't have to do a lot of work trying to find it.
Is it with census.gov something?
So if you go to yes, there is census.gov, and then you can, in the search bar, put the Tribal Affairs Office, and it'll pull you to that page.
Awesome. So aside from all that, what's next?
Just stay engaged, talk to us, participate in these tribal forums that we have coming up and these tribal consultations. Invite us to your meetings and events like this one. This has been great. We've already been able to make some great connections this week. And there's a lot to do between now and 2030. And again, we always have those ongoing surveys. A big thing to remember to participate in is our boundary and annexation survey that happens every year. And many folks don't realize that the Census Bureau is who actually works with tribes to affirm tribal land boundaries for reservation and off-reservation trust lands. And then we also are always hiring and recruiting. So talk to those aunties and grandmas who know where everybody lives and who's related to who, and let's get them on board and a part of our survey team. So when they are knocking on the door, you're like, oh, that's so-and-so, and you'll open the door and we've got jobs. We want to hire. So let's make that happen. That's what's next.
Exciting. Thanks, Jess.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you.
That was Lael Echohawk and Jessica Imotachi providing us with the U.S. Census Bureau update. Up next, we got Common Priorities, First Nations and Tribal Nations. Moderating for this will be Nicholas Lewis, council member of the Lummi Nation. Following him, Dr. Aaron Payment, Sault Ste. Marie Tribe Government Relations Director, and yes, he is a sugar daddy. For all the diabetics, he's a Splenda daddy. Please welcome to the stage David Pratt, First Vice Chief, Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. Heather Baer, Fourth Vice Chief, Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. And Mr. Doug Wallace, Director of International Trade Administration, Department of Commerce.
Okay, so I'm going to open, and this is my privilege to do this because my Indian blood is both on the American side. We're situated in Sault Ste. Marie at the very top of Michigan, and I have Garden River blood, Garden River First Nations, and also Thessalon Band First Nation. And we just met, and so I'm excited to hear what you guys have to say. So Vice Chief Pratt and Vice Chair Baer, can you tell us a little bit about the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Indigenous nations and any specific laws in Canada that have supported the right to self-government.
Oh, well, first of all, before we begin, it's always our, with respect to the land, we want to acknowledge the Ramitu Sholani, the beautiful sacred land here, and thank you for having us. So, Vice Chief, go ahead and answer that question.
Good morning, everybody. It's good to be here, but I should have wore sunglasses for these lights.
Yeah.
But it's good to be here this morning. And could you repeat the question again?
Yeah. So can you tell us a little bit about the Federation of Sovereign Indian Nations and any specific laws in Canada that have supported the right to self-governance?
Yes. Okay. Well, I can tell you about the FSIN. First of all, I want to tell everybody it's good to be here this morning. The FSIN is the only united region in Canada. There's 10 regions, and in our state, our province of Saskatchewan, there are 74 First Nations, and we work together collectively as a treaty and inherent rights-based protection organization that was founded way back in the 1940s. So we worked together collectively. A long time ago, our chiefs got together and they realized there was power if we worked together rather than be all alone by ourselves. Since that time, we've achieved a lot of great things. The most recent example of us being, I guess, occupying the field on self-determination and jurisdiction. There's a number of cases I could talk about, but the most recent case is the issue of child welfare. Canada recently passed Bill C-92 in 2018, and it came into law in 2019, and we were very heavily involved in that whole process, and that's recognizing our tribal jurisdiction over our children in care. And we've been working on that, and our chiefs have maintained that position that when we sign treaties, and I like Vice Chief Bear's comments on this all the time, our children were never on the negotiating table. We were told that our lives would continue as they had been for thousands of years before the settlers arrived. So that's the most recent case is child welfare. And us two right now, we're currently working on, there's a Supreme Court challenge from the province of Quebec fighting against the jurisdiction of First Nations in Quebec. We will be intervening on that case, and that'll be heard before the Supreme Court of Canada December 7th and 8th. I do understand recently you did have a Supreme Court ruling here that impacts your child welfare legislation. So we're pushing hard, and we're confident we're going to win the Supreme Court challenge under a Section 35 constitutional right in Canada. Section 35 is a section in our Canadian Constitution that affirms treaty and inherent rights. So we're taking a Section 35 position, and we're confident that we're going to win that case.
So can you add just a little bit more about how the tribal First Nations came together to build that solidarity to protect your right to self-governance?
Well, like Vice Chief Pratt talked about, back in the 40s, we had our veterans, when they went to war, they came back to Canada and they realized that, they needed to organize. So, a lot of, they went all over the region and they came up with, the FSI, or National Indian Brotherhood, FSI, and now today it's called the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. But back then, back in I guess it would be the 70s, the National Indian Brotherhood, the Assembly of First Nations is our Canadian government that represents the 634 First Nations across Canada. So every region has their organization, but in Canada we are the only collective, all 74 First Nations. So you have your 74 First Nations who are affiliated with tribal councils and or an independent group, and they all have commissions. So we have an economic development commission, we have a health commission, we have a gaming commission, we have 7 casinos collectively owned by the FSIN, and of course we have a trust, which of course revenue resource sharing and so forth. We also have First Nations University of Canada, and the first Indigenous university that promotes our culture, values, customs, the good ways of our people within our teachings and education, our languages. So I think we have, 7 institutions, and we're adding on an ombudsman. That's been the latest achievement. So we have many successes, but I think in Canada, when we have the full force of the FSIN behind you, you can move mountains. So
awesome.
Very proud of that.
Stronger together.
Yeah.
So kind of on that note, wanted to talk a little bit, and I think this question might go for all three of you, but international trade agreements. There's so much that can be done when we talk about the First Nations in Canada and the tribes down here in the United States. And looking at from a specific tribe perspective, Lummi, we have a foreign trade zone. Those are things that many tribes may have as well and want to talk about more. And I was wondering if there's any thoughts that maybe all three of you can talk about on how we can partner better, more to follow and strengthen the self-governance that we're all here around.
Thank you for that question, and I was excited to get there. In 2007, the FSIN Chiefs in Assembly passed a resolution, to occupy the field in trade and commerce with First Nations, and we haven't really gotten there yet, but I'm letting everyone know in the room that our door is open, and we do have a lot of challenges when we of course, you have the same in terms of, we call it the province or the state, disrespecting our treaty inherent rights, and they have a lot to learn. But like in Saskatchewan right now, we have our outfitters, and we have a Saskatchewan First Nations outfitting association, and we have our own treaty permits on reserve. And a few years ago, I was very pleased to visit your country in Washington, D.C., and talked about recognizing, the permits so that our patrons or customers can bring their trophies. Not that I'm a big fan of outfitting, but when we're talking about asserting your jurisdiction, your laws, and your, within the borders, that was respected by this country. Now, our country doesn't respect that, and just recently there was some Americans that were charged. Our country, our province charged customers in Canada, but well, we're fierce at FSIN, and of course we lawyered up, and I think they're backing down. So that's just an example. When you're asserting your inherent right it's an inherent right to self-determination. No one can give you that. You just do it. And and of course we do have strategies and so forth to move through and make sure that happens. But we're open for business. When we talk about critical minerals in Canada, we assert our inherent right to, or our rule over our land, where our First Nations are declaring traditional territory, making statements and declarations, and of course the laws and policies that flow from that when we talk about the duty to consult. Not one step in our territory without consent. And that flows from the UNDRIP as well. Thank you.
Is there thoughts that the other two may have?
Well, just to add to Vice Chief Bear's, recently the Canadian government did recognize UNDRIP after a number of years. I think it was Australia, the United States, and Canada that were the last to sign on to UNDRIP. But recently, Canada did accept UNDRIP, and they actually passed legislation. So there's reviews going on right now over the course of the next couple of years that's going to change and impact all the federal legislation as it relates to UNDRIP, and to see the recognition of our rights and free, prior, and informed consent. So it's exciting times in Canada. There's a steep learning curve, so to speak. We're always used to lawyering up against the federal government or else the state. We don't have a good relationship with our state, so if you don't have the same relationship, we're in the same boat. We can relate. So We're always fighting them. So, and we always win.
Yeah,
the Supreme
that's
Court has always sided with our rights, our Section 35 rights, because Canada has failed to identify the Section 35 box. They believe it's empty, but we believe it's a full box of rights. But it's always they're leaving it up to the courts. But lots of good things happening, and we think that the implementation of UNDRIP will do a lot to change federal legislation.
Awesome. So let me preface and actually introduce you, because I don't think I've done that yet. Doug Wallace is the Director of the International Trade Administration for the Department of Commerce, and he's based right here. And so is there a role for the federal government to assist and help support international trade between indigenous barriers?
Sure. Wonderful. First of all, I really want to thank you all for inviting me to speak at this really amazing conference and be on this esteemed panel. So definitely, maybe I'll give you just a little flavor for what my little agency does. Again, I'm the director of the U.S. Commercial Service Agency, which is a little office up in San Francisco. It's one of about 100 offices we have throughout the 50 states. And we are also in 75 countries worldwide. We work out of our American embassies and consulates worldwide. And our mandate is to help our communities, companies, to sell abroad, to sell across borders. We've been doing that for over 40 years. And why do we do this? So much of the American economy depends on small businesses. But it is small businesses who don't have the eyes and the ears in all of the markets worldwide to really know where to sell, what to sell, how to fix problems. And there's a market gap, basically, that the Commerce Department fills there to help small companies to be their eyes and ears on the ground. We have a very strong presence up in Canada. We're in Toronto and Ottawa, Montreal, I think about two other cities. And so our agency, we work hand in glove between our domestic offices and our international offices to help to find partners for companies looking to export their products, who are the right partners, who are the partners with the right qualifications and who are good to do business with. Our folks in Canada and abroad, they also know who the folks that are not good to do business with. So that's also equally good information. We do background checks on potential partners. So let's say you're a company and you're just right on the verge of signing a partnership with a potential distributor, but you just want some reassurance that person is actually on the up and up. There's nothing hidden in the local press about them that we might not hear over in this side. So we do background checks on potential partners, very routine that we do. We also help U.S. companies to get exposure, in markets worldwide through trade events, either through trade shows that are organized by trade event organizers or by the U.S. Department of Commerce. We organize our own events. We've organized a lot of webinars focused on Indian lands, especially in terms of promoting tourism in native lands, promoting native companies, and how to approach markets internationally. I would say another major thing that we do is we fix problems. When you decide to do business abroad, you're inevitably going to be having some problems, and so our people are, well placed to work with local governments to fix those problems, or work with the private sector. So we have a whole kind of list of services that we can provide to work with companies to help them succeed internationally. I would say another really popular thing that we do is, a lot of times when a company has committed its resources to think about trying to export rather than selling domestically, is helping that company to design its website to make it internationally attractive to kind of put in the right verbiage and the right options on the website to make it a website that can appeal to potential foreign buyers. So that's a website globalization review service that we do. But anyway, we have a whole menu of services, and I would love to work with anyone in the room. I will be here following our panel, and I would love to meet with anybody who's interested in working with us. So
awesome. So I need your business card because we talked briefly. My tribe is trying to tap into the Garden River First Nations and Batchewana because they have clean energy, and we want to tap into that grid. And this is very complex, and maybe you can help us to streamline that process. You mentioned a couple times the relationship between industry and companies and First Nations, but what about tribes in the United States and Canadian First Nations? Any liaison work or any relationship building there?
For sure. So, our pretty extensive embassy and consulate colleagues really have, over the course of the Biden administration, have really ramped up their efforts to focus on nations and kind of cross-border trade between nations. And so what that manifests itself is in informational webinars about certain sectors. That's kind of our area of expertise, is really focusing on what are the sectoral opportunities in different markets. And so we have in our library of trade events on our website, trade.gov, events, webinars, recorded webinars about very specific sectors that I think companies can benefit from. So,
good. Thank you. Thank you.
I think one of the last questions we have is something that many of us in Indian country, whether you're in First Nations up in Canada or down here, is the impacts of the boarding schools. We've seen recently the Pope had come to Canada and met with some of the tribal leaders and tribes up there, and did a few other visits. I know down here we have a boarding school initiative as well, and that's led with a really good team that's working on that. We do have a bill about legislation to help tell the truth. We can't acknowledge the past without telling the truth. And was wondering if there's any thoughts that you can share from your perspective on all the limelight that boarding schools are getting and the unfortunate history that's being unearthed.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the question. Definitely, we had years ago, the government of Canada issued a national apology, but then Prime Minister Harper, I believe it was in 2005, where he apologized for residential schools. Of course, a number of abuses, terrible things took place in that system. My parents both went, and they were operated by the Anglican and Catholic churches, and they suffered terribly, and there's some of the horror stories you can think of. All the worst physical, sexual abuse that you could think of took place to them as children. And my parents were resilient people, survivors, and made a good life for themselves in spite of what they'd been through, with very limited supports and resources that we have available to us today, and raised beautiful children that are all doing great things and have done great things with their lives. So it shows the strength of our people. It doesn't matter what you try to do to us, put us on land, take our children away. We're still here. We're still speaking our language. We're still practicing our ceremonies. We're still doing all of that. We're like a piece of cordwood in a rain barrel. The more you try to push it to the bottom, the more we rise to the top. So I just want to say that the Anglican Church apologized at that time. It cost them a lot of money. They almost bankrupted a lot of the diocese. But the Catholic Church was the holdout. They reneged on a commitment at that time for a $28 million healing fund, which isn't a lot of money compared to the resources of the Catholic Church. But pressure, lots of pressure to the previous previous popes as well as this current pope, and it worked. It paid off. We did go to Rome. He apologized in person. We weren't sure if he was going to. We invited him to Canada, and he came to our lands, and he apologized in person. Very frail man. I think he's trying his best to do things right before he makes that transition to the other side too. So he did apologize, and we were very thankful for that. A lot of different emotions. It did stir up a lot of anger, and of course recently last summer the discovery of 215 bodies, graves and Kamloops kind of opened everything up again for everybody. And right now I think we're at over 11,000 is the latest number of graves that we found on the sites of the residential schools. Those searches are still ongoing, but all of that resulted in a Truth and Reconciliation Commission report. And those calls to action. They're not recommendations. Those calls to actions fill every area for every sector. And I believe call to action 58 was the apology from the Catholic Church, and he did complete that one. So we have a lot of work to do yet in Canada in terms of reconciliation. It took us 150 years to get here. It's not going to change overnight, but we're looking forward to the future with hope, and that we can build a strong future, prosperous people that can take their rightful place within society and stand on their own 2 feet without the government standing in our way. Government needs to get out of the way. Let us do our job. We know what to do in all the sectors, and be successful.
Yes, and thank you for that. And that's why I asked Vice Chief to speak. He's so passionate, and he was brave to go to Rome. He was brave to go to Edmonton in Canada. I know there is controversy and mixed feelings in terms of the apology. I'm hopeful that the apology is the first step to many paths in terms of truth and reconciliation. I think that apology isn't enough. I think the healing is paramount. We are still suffering the intergenerational impacts of the residential school experience, day school experience. I am a survivor of both. But I just want to share a perspective from the young folk back home. My son had called me one day, just last week, and there's a lot of there's a huge narrative going on right now, and he's the first generation. He's 24 years old. He's the first generation that hasn't gone to residential school in our family. His grandfather went, his dad went, I went, and he said, what I see here is a huge responsibility to make sure that we get our language back, our culture, our values, our traditions, the good ways of our people. So that is the mindset of our people, and especially the unfolding of the unmarked graves really opened up not only wounds but opportunities to heal, and for our young people and Canada and the world to know the real truth, the true history of our people. And shame on Canada and shame on the world. We need to rescind the Papa Bull. That's the one thing we're calling on the Pope and throughout, our relatives here in the States. If we can call on the Pope to rescind the Papa Bull, the vile decree that led to the slaughter. It led to the invasion, it led to the genocide, it led to the colonization of Indigenous people the world over. So that needs to be done.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I could add just a little bit. When I did my master's back in 1990, I wrote my thesis on this area in federal Indian policy, and it took me 2.5 years to get through that portion, the boarding school experience, so residential, because it was just too painful. And I'm mindful of the healing that we have to do, and also that in talking about it and coming out with it, we're opening wounds that some people have never healed from. And so I used to serve on the HHS Secretary Tribal Advisory, and we were pushing for new funds and to be cognizant and aware that we have to make sure that, like that elder that has never talked about it, that doesn't want to come up with it yet, or they need their own time and space to come out with it, could be put in a very depressing situation and desperate situation. So we have to be mindful. The young people are really energized, and I would also say for the states, our really good friend, our first American Indian Secretary, Deb Holland, promised this, and she followed through with it. And then I'm just so proud of our Brian Newland, who is from the Bay Mills Res, and he's our Assistant Secretary, authored the report. And so the experience is very similar back and forth, and the tactic that was used. But so that we have to be mindful of the healing aspect of it. And we also have to let the young people process through it, because they're angry about it. They're repudiating the church. And the church does have a lot of responsibility here. But one of the very big things is, how do we get transparency? Because in order for us to fully heal, the church has to release the records, because they know where our children are buried, and they're more, I got to be careful how I say this, they're concerned about liability. And we have to we're not looking to blame people. We're looking to heal. And in order to heal, we have to have a full accounting of every child. I say that our kids were the first murdered and missing Indigenous people when the federal government took them away, and there's generations that still don't know where their family member is. And so, anyway, I wanted to add that.
Thank you. And of course, we need justice. They still need justice.
Yeah. Thank you.
We are wrapping up, but just wanted to thank you all and ask if there's any last thoughts. You know, we talked about some really important things, how we can strengthen our First Nations relatives and our tribes down here around trade. Just wanted to say, is there any last thoughts that you may have?
I might offer one point. I know the federal government can be extremely confusing in many ways, especially in the terms of trade and trying to access some of the programs. And I would just like to offer myself as a conduit to many of the programs. Douglas.wallace@trade.gov is my email address. douglas.wallace@trade.gov. I've been working for 25 years in the Commerce Department, and I think I've only just begun to finally understand it. So if I can share my wisdom or my connections with any of you interested in exporting, please, it would be my honor. Thank you.
I think that's appreciated. That is self-governance, that is sovereignty, when we can support our tribes doing those type of endeavors and bringing the economic development that we all need. And I just appreciate you and our other panelists here traveling from Canada. I hope the weather is nice, the sights were beautiful as they were for many of us, and I look forward to seeing you guys in the near future again on these important discussions.
And I just want to thank you. It was an honor to have you guys here on an international, intertribal basis to meet with us on this side and give us an insight, and really leading the way to getting this latest issue with the boarding schools, residential schools, kind of up front. You guys have anything final you want to say?
Thanks, Chief.
Well, I think, first of all, it is an honor to be here and touch your land. I think together, collectively, we probably share a common vision, to be proud, prosperous, independent, people in nations, with our land and our customs, our culture, our values, all of that intact. And I think in sharing, that common vision, we never made that border we call the medicine line. And, I look forward to asserting our jurisdiction, the power that we have to do business with one another, without interference. So, just going on that belief and ceremony and protocols, I think that we need to come together and work together, and let's maybe have a meeting once a year, like the Ministers' Conference. I would love to see us come together at least once a year, as United States and Canada. and set our place in on this continent. We are the first peoples, and our ancestors never intended us to be pitiful or poor in this rich country of ours, and that has to be reconciled, and nobody's going to do that for us. We need to do that ourselves.
First Vice Chief.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, just want to echo Vice Chief Bear's statements. Thank you all for having us. We appreciate it. Hosting us on your territory, and I love the climate in San Francisco. It's not too hot, not too cold. I could live here, I was telling someone last night, because the weather is just perfect. I don't like too hot or I don't like too cold. It's perfect. I guess like Goldilocks, the porridge is just right. But I just want, I guess, in closing, just to echo Vice Chief's statements, there's power in unity. When if our American brothers and sisters can, my only advice would be this: come together, support each other as a unit. Collectively, you'll impact everything. Legislation, policies, government, who sits in the governor's chair, who sits in the White House, who sits in cabinet. When we work together as one, we saw it in Canada time and time again, when we work together collectively. We didn't just form our own regional collective voice at the Federation that's been operating for 76 years now, but we've impacted where we brought our whole people together across the country and formed the AFN. And I'm proud to say 4 of our national chiefs have been from the Saskatchewan region, and we were involved in the establishment of that because a long time ago our leaders said there's power in the collective. If it's just one finger, they can break it off, but if it's a fist, we can knock them out. So that's my advice to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, miigwech.
Okay, miigwech.
Oh, miigwech, you said.
Yeah, miigwech.
Miigwech. Oh.
All right. Dang, man. Who let these Canada people on stage? Got me all fired up, man. I might try to go fight the first white guy I see. But I don't want to lose. So we want to remind people here as we head towards a break here that there is lunch up in the atrium at 11:40 for registered guests. So the time that we have allotted is for breakout sessions, IHS meeting identifying priorities for 2022 to 2023. It will be in Cypress A-B. Contract support costs, calculations of DOI, and updates from the CSC work group, Harbor A and B. Increasing tribal decision-making authority over land use, Regency B. Overview of the federal budget process, Regency C. All right? So check your agendas and go to your respective areas of what you want to be, and then we'll see you at lunch in the atrium. And then after lunch, we're going to have a cultural performance by the Hopla Band of Pomo Indian culture. Pomo Indians.
Now you wouldn't understand it. is falling out. Good morning. How are you? How are you? You too. It's a little strange. I'm not sure what it is we're.
Whatever. Yeah, right. I heard it was heart attack.
Yeah, we've just got our artifact approved, actually.
Record time, like 3 years?
Maybe 7. Right, yeah. We just went ahead and did our own thing. Anyway.
Going season we're in. You know, so these beers are
What is it? The title's Expedite?
How many attorneys have to look at the same? I'll find something different.
Nice to see you. Want me to go first? You want to open?
Actually, you're from California. You could.
Okay. I don't think we have anybody. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure where everybody is. What time is it anyway? Guess we can get started. 10:25. Might as well get started. All right. Good morning, everybody. To make sure we're all in the class that we want to be in this morning is the Increasing Tribal Decision-Making Authority over Land Use. So this has to do with the Hearth Act. I'm Karen Woodard, Realty Administrator for the Morongo Band of Mission Indians, Southern California tribe, outside of about 15 miles west of Palm Springs. Our tribe has contracted our realty and title function. We've been doing that now for almost 20 years. We're one of the few tribes that have the, if you all are familiar with it, TAM system in an administrator's office. So we do all of our own realty and title. So we manage all of the tribal lands and allotments. We certify title status reports. We update ownership. We do partitions. We do surveying. I oversee our land surveying program as well as our planning department, our cultural resources, our tribal historic preservation office. Been with Morongo for about 25 years. Been doing this for a while. We just recently got our Hearth Act approved. It took approximately 7 years. So, and that title is Expedite, but it doesn't happen that way. Takes a lot of bureaucracy to get through the Hearth Act and getting it approved. And with that, I will let Chris introduce himself.
Yani washte, wachasha yapa he Chris Steinbrook amachi yapi. If you, my name is Chris Steinbrook, and if you know the Lakota language, you know that's got a southern drawl to it, and my family's from the south end of the Pine Ridge Reservation. I am president of the Indian Land Tenure Foundation. We are a nonprofit organization that operates out of Little Canada, Minnesota. We function like a community foundation and a hybrid with an operating foundation, and we work on all things Indian land. Our mission is to get 90 million acres inside reservation boundaries that were lost through the allotment process back into Indian ownership, management, and control. We also work on some number of sacred site issues, including acquisition of those sites when we can acquire those. And we have been working over the years on a whole host of topics, including estate planning for Indian landowners, providing legal services for gift deeds, transfer on death deeds, and other pieces. And we have a subsidiary called the Indian Land Capital Company, which lends to tribes on a full faith and credit basis for land acquisition. We have returned just over 150,000 acres to Indian ownership. Our biggest piece of that came 3 weeks ago, well, almost a month ago now, when we helped a band in northern Minnesota reacquire 28,000 acres of land. We do basically all things Indian land related. We work on policy issues. We work with the tribes on different topics and issues along the way. Maybe that's not mine, I don't think, is it? Let me start the conversation, since we don't have a moderator for this, but let me say, when I got the invitation, I kind of set it aside for a while, and then I got to thinking about it, and I thought, well, this is kind of weird. I'm going to go talk to the self-governance tribes about an act that requires the secretary's permission. And where is that a bit of an oxymoron or a piece? I worked on early on with the foundation. In fact, it was 2003. We worked on the American Indian Probate Reform Act, and there was a group of us that Congress had asked that we would revise the language to make it more appropriate for Indian country. And so we spent 9 months going through that process. And in the end, one of the things that we had put in the new bill, our new language, was that in fact the secretary didn't get to approve tribal probate codes. The tribe approved the tribal probate codes. All of that went back to the central office in DC, and all the language went back to the way it was before we ever started with it. And you have April of today with the secretary approving tribal probate codes. Now, there are some tribes who have railed against that and decided to implement their own probate codes. And I was thinking about that relative to the Hearth Act. There comes a time when you say, all the language around tribal sovereignty needs to be lived. And I think one of the things that, in just even looking at the Hearth Act and the adopted leasing provisions, it raises that question of, is this really what the tribe needs and wants, or are there pieces of it that don't really need the secretary's approval? I would look forward to any of you who would like to inform me about why that's wrong, because I think there is a significant difference between the probate code and the Hearth Act and leasing provisions, and that the one goes back to more the what they call the sovereignty of the tribes is guaranteed through the Constitution. At the same time, the Commerce Clause of the Constitution reads that Congress has the authority to regulate commerce between foreign nations, the several states, and the Indian tribes. So there's a little bit of a difference there, but I still think there's opportunity for the tribes to take a much greater role in crafting those leases. With that, I'll go back to you. The one last thing I would say, and I've given you some of my perspective on sovereignty. I think if the tribes don't act as sovereign nations now, it's going to be gone in the future. I think the most recent court case that was decided by the Supreme Court and the rationale used for it is a dangerous piece for Indian country. It's not so much that I think most tribes would have a problem with the state prosecuting bad actors, non-Indians who are committing crimes against Indian people, but it's the rest of the language in the decision that's somewhat frightening, particularly where it begins to equate tribes with the states. And even in the very first piece of the decision, basically discounts the Marshall Trilogy with a single statement that says it's a view long lost and no longer held by the United States that the tribes should be protected from the states. And that's what the Marshall Trilogy was about. It was not about taking trust. It was not about any of those pieces. It was about making sure the tribes were protected from incursion by the states. And I think that's being winnowed away under this particular piece, and I think we're going to see more and more of that with the Supreme Court and with the states pushing the issue. And I think it's time the tribes got much more active and pushed the issue back the other way. So I'll leave it there for now.
Well, we're kind of hoping for a moderator to kind of ask questions, so we don't have that. So we're going to just kind of do a Q&A here. You guys just, if you have questions about Hearth Act, if you have questions about how to establish the Hearth Act, let's just open it up for questions. How many tribes in here have a Hearth Act? And how is that working for you? There's a microphone right here. Do you want the microphone? It's right there. Yeah, just go ahead and spread it around the room.
Okay, thank you.
And introduce yourself, please, and the tribe you're with.
Thank you. My name is Thomas Torres. I'm the chair for the Torres Martinez Desert Cahuilla. We adopted the Hearth regulations several years ago when it was first presented, and we're stumbling. We're trying to catch up with Morongo, developing that real estate office. And I just heard first by establishing the leasing codes, right, would help. I think that's the next step. My question is just, what is the cost as far as the operation, maintenance, staffing, and all of that, and where does that get attributed to or allocated from?
Yeah, well, there is no funding available for the Hearth Act and to manage it. So you have to do that on your own. We're finding that because under the Hearth Act, we have to have NEPA compliance. We have to have, make sure that the lease still is compliant to Part 162, which is the leasing regs. So you have to look at that lease. Somebody's got to review that lease for all of those regulations. We also have to make sure there's insurance or performance bonds, appraisals, all of those types of things. So yes, we are going to have additional staff. We're looking at our environmental department, which consists of 6, is now going to have to review environmental documents that could be, several hundred pages long. So we're developing a checklist to be able to go through that lease, making sure that all those approvals are there, making sure that when it gets down to the chairman signing that lease, that we have reviewed it and gone through it very well. So we're probably looking at adding additional staff. We currently have environmental, and under the Realty and Title program, we have 17, and we'll probably add another 3 positions for that. So it's not cheap running your own realty and title and then having to do the Hearth Act. Our program alone probably runs about anywhere about to $680,000 a year, as much as $700,000. So our budget's going to get pretty big with the Hearth Act.
Very good, thank you.
Any other questions? We'd like to make this go the hour.
So I was, in preparing, I thought I should go back and see how many tribes have actually signed up with the Hearth Act. There have been 89 to date, including Morongo this year. And then I started thinking about other pieces. The Hearth Act doesn't, your leasing regulations don't operate in a vacuum, right? So there are a whole host of other things that come into play when you start talking about leases. Probate being one of those, and I talked a little bit about the probate code. That'll affect how leases can go from essentially from family to family or from family members to heirs. And if you don't have an assumption of lease in there, that can be a problem. The other thing that happened under the American Indian Probate Reform Act was a technical amendment in 2010 that the Department of Interior declared all permanent structures fee assets, not trust assets. In the past, houses, barns, loafing sheds, everything else on a property was considered real estate. That's 600 years of real estate law says that's the real property. Well, they've separated that now, you have underlying trust land, and you can have fee property on top of that trust land. All of that requires a lease. So in the end, you can end up with, like if it were my place, we farm, you can have a farm lease, you can have a housing lease, and you can have a lease for all the permanent structures that are on the property. Those ownerships aren't necessarily the same. So under the buyback program, which happened recently, that they were only allowed to buy trust assets. And so the fee assets that were on those properties that they bought underlying undivided interest from is now separate from the interest in the existing barns, houses, other pieces. So it becomes, you have to, I think, personally, I think you would need to go back and look at your lease regs and see how those fit with these other pieces, including, I happen to notice in the checklist that the Secretary uses, the agricultural resource management plans need to be considered. There are only a handful of tribes that even have those, despite the fact that they're major agricultural lands. So I think you need to understand that these leasing regs can't be static, if you will, and that you should be able to make changes, and the Secretary shouldn't even have to address that again. I know it takes quite a while to get from point A to point B in terms of getting that approval done, and that can be the most time-consuming piece. The other thing I would add, which I've kind of stumbled across a few months ago, the most calls we get about leasing problems come largely from either tribal members or entities that want to lease Indian land. And the question becomes one of, is this a fair market value? And interestingly enough, the appraisal process within the Department of Interior has changed dramatically from a few years ago, and it moved from the BIA oversight to the Department of Interior, along with all the other appraisals they do for federal lands. And I thought, well, with this kind of change, who's going to pick up the appraisals? Because they only have one review appraiser in each region, and the head of appraisal and valuation services, the new office it's located in, told me that they don't have the resources to do all the appraisals that need to be done in Indian country. So for 120 years, we've been told you have to have an appraisal for virtually any action involving Indian trust land, whether it's leasing, whether it's disposal to another Indian person, whether it's a gift deed even, you have to have appraisals for it. And now all of a sudden you don't have to have appraisals for it, you have to have valuations, and we haven't seen yet what the valuation process is or how you do it in a mass scale that we have in Indian country for these transactions. In going back, having heard that, I went back and kind of sampled all of the hearth regulations that have been adopted and approved by the Secretary. And it's not until you get to about 3 years ago that you start seeing appraisals mentioned in a regular basis in these regulations. The first ones don't even mention appraisals, or if they do, it's only in the definition of fair market value, but never says how it's determined. And I think that's why the Secretary has control of this process anyway, is to make sure the Indian people and the tribes don't get taken advantage of, and that's why they had all these requirements for appraisal for every action. And now we're starting to see it in the last few years. You'll see a whole section on appraisals. Otherwise, the Secretary, I don't know how the Secretary would ever be able to say they fulfilled their trust responsibility without having those appraisals done or some valuation done. because that's the basis for their authority over Indian people, basically.
Having the Hearth Act, another responsibility, of course, is managing your tribal lands. You need to consider the lease, the type of lease you're doing, what's going to happen to those improvements. If it's, a 50-year lease, a 75-year lease, you've got to think about your future generation and what they're going to have to inherit, as well as, planning properly, a section of land, making sure that it complies with other uses in the area, whether it's near the residential or whether it's, a mixed-use area. How does it affect traffic impacts, air quality? All of those types of things have to be thought about when you do the Hearth Act as well. Another thing that's coming out as far as the Bureau, normally, you would submit your lease to the LTRO for recording. Well, now they're going to start a sample checklist for tribal leasing, so that the realty officers in the regions will now start going through a checklist to make sure that when they review that lease and before it can be recorded, that it meets all those requirements of Part 162, which again is not really self-governance. It's really going through another review process. It's not saying, here, tribe, approve your leases, just send them to us. They're going to be looking for, again, the appraisal value. They're going to be looking for the legal description of the acreage amount. They're going to be looking for the NEPA document. They're going to be looking for all of that. So you need to take that into consideration when you're doing your own leasing. It's not going to be just, here's the lease, sign it, chairman, and we move on and build the project. It's a little bit more involved than that. I think we have a question in the back here. Yeah, I think you might have turned it on the back.
My name is Elizabeth Wells Schollenberger, and I'm with the Department of Interior Bureau of Trust Administration. I'm from the Okiawingit tribe. I review under the compacts, the trust programs. I just had a question on, I'm not up on ITARA, the Indian Trust Reform Act, that there's a section on approving, the tribes getting authority to approve forestry. Are you up on any of that, or is there any advice? And I was wondering if the process would be faster for tribes versus Hearth, because I think I read somewhere where you can use either ITARA or Hearth to gain authority to approve your leases for any type of lease, even though it only covers forestry in that act.
That's, I think that's one of the pieces I would say Hearth fell a little bit short in that it did not cover leases for everything. There's a list of six or seven topics that Hearth can apply to. I think there's, you look at the 25 CFR, and there are other steps that can be taken for other pieces, but you're back into the old process of getting the lease put in place. On forestry, we've run into a bit of a situation because we also run the National Indian Carbon Coalition that does carbon projects on reservation for tribes. And we ran into this issue with forestry because obviously trees sequester carbon, and the tribes really want to enroll some of their areas. We were trying to sort out whether or not forestry could even be considered a lease to begin with. But that also then raised those other questions I talked about earlier, where we were told that you couldn't have, that a carbon project would be similar to a lease, and you couldn't have two leases on the same allotment. If that's the case, then how are we going to have farms, ranches, and houses on allotments that are used for farming or agriculture? You know, so that, I don't know that we've had a good resolution to that. You're in a perfect place to take the charge on it. And we'll work with you on it. You know, if I was going to leave this whole group with one thought that I hope you walk away with, to borrow from a past public relations campaign, just do it. Go forward, do it, make the lease, let somebody challenge that lease, but as you know, I printed this piece from the Hearth Act, information from the Bureau, which is a PowerPoint, and it talks in here about how this is going to increase tribal sovereignty. And I think, all right, do it. And I think you go forward and you say, here's how we're going to do this at the local agency or local tribe, and just do it. Test the waters, as it were.
Questions? Comments?
So just for clarification, the Hearth Act, because on reservation you have trust, fee, and then allottee land, all are applicable to the Hearth Act? And that's one question. The other question is we have a lot of demand for, if it's just straight leasing, we're leasing to an entity that wants to grow, let's say, hemp or cannabis.
The cannabis, I'm not too sure about. Chris might have a little bit more info on that, but the Hearth Act only applies to tribal trust lands. No fee, no allotments. So it's just tribal trust.
Very good, thank you.
Do you know anything about the cannabis thing? We need Eric House.
Well, there are provisions. There are provisions in the Farm Bill for allowing tribes to do exploration of hemp, and so there have been. I don't remember. I happened to see an article not long ago said something like 500 different sites were approved. Not all in Indian country, actually, but there are some tribes that have been approved for hemp. Cannabis is, I think, we don't really follow that very closely, so I'm not sure where the regulations are today regarding that. I think if I were going to do it, I would do it as an agricultural product, and I'd make an agricultural lease on it and follow Hearth down that path. I think that's one of the things. Forestry is a tougher nut even, because the Bureau for years has had a forestry program internally, and now you're talking about how do we as tribes take over the forestry program basically, and what does that mean locally at the agencies? There hasn't been a cannabis program. The Bureau hasn't run a cannabis program for a while. So, I don't know.
So, yeah, under the Hearth Act, it says you can lease for a business purpose, or like you said, agriculture. So, what would your opinion be? Because if you say cannabis and agriculture, then the BIA may take it back, right? If you say business and then leave it, ambiguous, then maybe it might pass in that sense, right?
Right.
Right. Mm-hmm. Even under your agriculture, you might want to kind of just,
Well, so
exploration or whatever.
I mean, one of the other big ones that many people are looking at right now is leasing water rights. Mm-hmm. And that's not described in Hearth either. But what does that mean? Well, if you do it, you could do it under a business lease. Mm-hmm. There's a provision in Hearth under their checklist for O&M costs relative to water delivery, and we've been in conversation with them for the past 3 years. 2 tribes asked us to look at why are individual Indian money accounts or tribal accounts being billed for O&M and water's not being delivered. And there's a provision that says if the secretary can't deliver it, you still have to pay the O&M costs. It doesn't say if you don't get water, you don't have to pay the O&M costs. And so we were trying to get some of that changed. But now we're seeing a push from the outside to lease tribal water rights, and that'll take some a different set of provisions than what you'd see in Hearth.
Yeah, that's a whole nother animal. Oh, sorry about that.
I'm sorry. As I was explaining, I'm deaf in my right ear, and I don't hear well out of my left ear, but because of how that happened, I can hear myself perfectly well. And my wife says I live in my perfect world because I can't hear anyone else but myself.
Is there any other questions on Hearth Act? If not, we can talk about realty and title. I know all about that. No, go ahead. I think we have one here.
We originally started a project with a partnership that's non-tribal for commercial development, and then the land was subsequently put into trust. Now the development hasn't really started other than maybe some infrastructure with roads and that leading to it. What are some of the challenges and issues, concerns that
what is the landlord's work? I know for a lot of us, if our leases it might be a commercial development, might not, for instance, like an In-N-Out Burger. There's certain things that we have to look at as far as what the landlord is expected to bring to that site. It could be utilities. So if we need to bring the water and electricity and the gas to that site, maybe they want a graded pad. It just depends on the commercial development that you're doing. If it's a huge warehouse, that's a little bit different. You might have a developer that's planning that for you, but there will be some cost to the tribe, and you need to negotiate that. Whether it's they pay for the environmental document, the traffic impact studies, those types of things that you have to look at. So that needs to be negotiated with the developer. And it may already have been negotiated. You just need to look at that lease to find out who's going to do what. And there should be a landlord's work letter in there, as well as responsibilities of the lessee.
All right, I have another question. We have an opportunity with the local municipality electric company, and we're in an area where there's, towards in the desert where we have no water lines, there's no electrical, capacity in some areas. So there was a developer that wanted to build a $12 million substation, and now we're in the negotiations as far as ownership. So that's I guess would be the permanent structure, right? And then lease, but the tribe would eventually own it because it's permanent on fee land, correct?
Most likely the utility company is going to own that substation, unless, you need to talk to the utility company about that, because they most likely will want to own that infrastructure. Unless you have a tribal utility ordinance that says tribe has the authority to manage these facilities, most likely the utility company will be the one to own it.
Or joint partnership, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Well, you've got to think about the maintenance of the substation.
Right.
You're managing power it's not just going to be the tribe, there's going to be other entities out there that are going to collect power from that. So you need to understand how that substation is, one, being installed, who's benefiting from it, and then who's ultimately responsible for maintenance of it.
Great, thank you.
I think it raises an important piece is many of the oil and gas leases, which would fall under or outside of the Hearth Act by exclusion by the Act itself, are minerals and mineral exploration. I think one of the things that happened early on in Indian country was you had oil and gas wells being drilled, and no one considered the right of way to get there to even get on the property and do this stuff. So when you're putting together, even though it may the mineral piece may be excluded from Hearth, certainly the right of way for maintenance and those other pieces is not excluded and should be taken into consideration, and you should get paid for that, for those incursions to Indian country. I think we've got tribes right now trying to go back a number of years and put in place those right-of-ways. Otherwise, there was no consideration for maintenance or even, for that matter, transportation out of that allotment and across either an easement or a right-of-way.
There's a lot of right-of-ways out there that have expired. Tribes may or may not know that right-of-way is expired. So you need to go to your agency or get your title status reports and understand what is all the underlying conditions of that parcel. Even at the fee parcel, make sure that you review that title report that shows you what those easements are out there. A lot of that stuff should be mapped out so you have a better understanding of what can actually be built in that area.
Two pieces I would mention as well. Under the land buyback program, obviously, some number of tribes regained title through undivided interest sales and then subsequent turning it over to the tribe. I think the tribes are in a position now to do more leasing to the tribal members. It confuses the issue a little bit in terms of who's got authority to sign leases. Is it the tribe? Is it the individual undivided interest holders still on that allotment? So those pieces need to be worked out at the tribal level. The other thing that you won't see in a lot of the approved leasing regs that are approved under Hearth is you don't see tribal preference. And it seems to me that's one of the real issues that we get called on regularly is if tribal members have preference on the leasing, that should be written into the regs so that everyone's clear about is there a tribal member preference for leasing and how are those leases let. And most, and I won't say all because I haven't looked at every single one of them, but most don't have any reference to tribal member leasing as opposed to just a general lease.
Anybody else out there? You must have a question. You're all in here. Oh. Business, residential, agricultural, wind, solar, and the other two. That's the only ones that I'm aware of. It's wind and solar. Yeah, I can't think of what the other two would be. I don't believe it's mineral. No, mineral's not under the Hearth Act. That's a good question. I'm not that familiar with oil and gas leasing. Morongo, of course, doesn't have those kind of, what's the word I'm looking for?
Business, agricultural, wind and solar, wind energy evaluation lease, residential and public, religious, educational, recreational.
That's what it was, public, yeah, recreational, yeah. Yep.
So you stated there's an Indian preference in leasing. I know under tribal employment, there's a precedent set in that because of the political nature that natives have. So would that apply then to leasing the same way, or is there a regulation or citation that we could uphold that Indian preference in leasing?
Well, no, there isn't a direct preference at that point. A lot of the tribes do preferential leasing to tribal members, particularly on ag and rangeland. It goes back to my earlier comment about the leasing regs are within this kind of ecology of all these policies and pieces. And when you do your leasing regs, you need to pay attention to all of those other pieces that could end up affecting it. The checklist from the Bureau or from the Secretary's office, it actually has lots of good pieces that you're going to want to include, but don't just take them as rote pieces. Craft them for the environment or the ecology that you're doing the leasing in, and make sure they fit for your tribe and your locale. So if you're operating under tribal employment rights, how does that fit with this? If you want to encourage tribal member ag project or programs and businesses, how does that fit, and how are you going to be able to fit it to the leasing regs? The other thing, this is just me, ever since that last court case, I'm kind of burning. I would put a clause at the end of it that says these leasing regs may change without further notice. and give yourself the flexibility to come back on them when a situation arises. So.
If you do your hard fact, like you said, really consider what the tribe needs are, what the tribal member needs are, what, your locale and all that, because you don't want to come back and amend that lease. Otherwise, you're back to the whole process of trying to understand why the amendment and explain the amendment, and, so just to really be conscious of what your tribal needs are.
Have you had cases where we have agricultural leases that have been in place for 20 years? Is there a way that you can grandfather those in because they're conflict with the Hearth Act now, but there's a way to grandfather those in?
No, they won't let you grandfather them in. Not until they expire. Unfortunately, no.
Well, and I think that's one of the pieces. They're divided into a couple classes, so you can do, and I should have written these down, but you can do some leases up to 25 years with the renewal, 2 25-year periods after that. Other leases are 75 at 75 years with no renewal. And if you've got more than one activity on an allotment, say, are you going to have to do a segregation or a partition of part of that property to have one lease on that and then essentially break out the other leased area? And that's not clear to me how that's going to play out over Indian country. It will become especially important for families who intend to be, well, won't be the families, it'll be the tribes who are looking at things like housing development as well as agricultural development at the same time, that where they place those leases and how they're governed between two separate expiration dates is, I'm not sure how that's going to work out in the long run. It's difficult, particularly with this permanent structure ruling as fee properties, to fully understand what that means in Indian country. The one thing that I will say, and this is less to do with the regulations and more to do with the actual on-the-ground pieces, is all of these will be leasehold mortgages or loans. And the cost to Indian country in terms of what that means in your financing of buildings, in your financing of homes, all of those pieces, probably an extra 2 to 3% from most banks, because they don't have access to that property in a foreclosure situation. And so the leasehold mortgages tend to be higher than leasehold loans tend to be higher than regular mortgages or loans that you would take out. We've already, the Federal Reserve has already started looking at some of this through the Indian country program that they have at the 9th Federal Reserve in Minneapolis. And what we're seeing, especially lately, is people aren't building stick-built homes on trust land. They're bringing in mobile homes, what do they call them? Manufactured homes and modular homes that can be pulled off of a foundation relatively quickly. So I don't know where all that's going to go in the end, but it's becoming a real issue. And if you're thinking, well, only 2-3% interest difference, we looked at that a few years ago, and at the time that translated to about $4 billion in Indian country generally, that 2 to 3%. So it's not insignificant across the board. For one person, it may not be an impediment, but you start looking at it as a drain from our economy, and it becomes significant.
What are the issues with this movement towards modular mobile homes?
What's that?
What are the issues? You didn't define the issues.
Well, the issue, she said that I didn't define the issue on mobile homes and modular homes. The issue becomes on the financing side, plus the assurance that you're going to have a lease long enough. If you build a home, you're going to want to be able to have that lease to cover the entire length of a loan and then some. And you need to have the assurance that if you're going to be selling that home along the way, there can be an assumption of the lease. If it goes through probate, you have to also have that presumption that that lease is going to continue with new owners. And rather than go through all that, people are looking at it saying, I can get a mobile home or a manufactured home up here, and if I end up having to sell it or I lose the lease for whatever reason, I can just pull it out of here and go somewhere else with it. A stick-built home, you won't be doing that.
So is it different if your leases for residential are only for tribal members?
Are only for tribal members? Not much. If your leasing regs don't explicitly allow for assumption of that lease, then there's a question of, if you don't have that in there, you could end up losing the lease to the place. And I haven't heard of any where that's actually happened to folks, but we don't hear about a lot of these, and people don't think to contact us necessarily. They may be talking to others, lawyers, tribal attorneys, others about it.
So most mortgages, leasehold mortgages are on allotments. and it may be for that one individual tribal member. There's not a lot of tribal trust leasing out there for residential yet. I think that will be happening because of the fractionation of allotments. I know of several tribes in the Southern California area that are looking at housing on tribal trust tracts. But it is that issue that that permanent improvement is not probated, that permanent improvement is not addressed when it comes to a foreclosure or a default on the loan. So the tribe's going to have to take responsibility for that if you're going to do stick-built. So the other option is to do manufactured or, mobile homes, because you can remove those easily rather than having to, demolish a stick-built home. And the assumption should be in that lease. So if a family does, or a tribal member does lease that land and builds a stick-built home, the mortgage is for 30 years. Well, we know the home could be there for 100 years. So we want to make sure that that home gets passed on properly, or, doesn't just sit there vacant and then the tribe's trying to figure out what to do with that. Oh, okay. It's all tribal trust.
Well, that's one of the tribes that we've been talking with. Their CDFI is going to do a housing development on tribal trust land and then sell the homes to individual tribal members. Seemed fairly straightforward until you start asking the questions. They have a probate code that says only tribal members can inherit trust land on the reservation. But if they have a house on that property, in theory, non-tribal members could be living in that house because it's a fee property. It's not trust property. The other issue became who's financing it, and the tribe originally had thought they would just have regular bank financing on it, but they're finding that's difficult to get and expensive, and so now the CDFI is trying to figure out, can we get large enough to actually do the financing of these houses that are on tribal trust land and write the lease in a way that allows for assumption of the leases going forward long enough period that people can afford to purchase a house and get it paid off and pass it on. The division between the permanent structures and the underlying trust land is one that we've been trying at the foundation, to get Congress to reconsider, because it bifurcates the ownership, and there's no one other than there are a few tribes who have tried to create the chain of title for properties, but they're just creating them out of whole cloth for the structures. And there's no one, including most counties, who are maintaining the ownership of permanent structures. I once asked, in a session like this, I once asked a Bureau employee, well, does that mean if I know this house exists, can I go buy an undivided interest in that house? And if I do that and get a receipt for it, don't I have more ownership proof than anyone else? And they reluctantly said yes, but that they would probably get challenged in court. Well, if we want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in Indian country going to court on all these things, that potential just looms there. And so we've been trying to get Congress to look at it and declare these properties, the permanent structures, to be restricted fee associated with trust land. And therefore, you would have an ownership basis managed essentially like the trust land is right now. We haven't gotten there yet.
No. That's going to involve probate judges, so that's going to be, they just will not probate improvements on land. So, they haven't. I guess we're just about there. Any other Questions or comments? All right, well, it's just about lunchtime. Imagine everybody's getting hungry.
If you want to contact us at the foundation, you can find us under iltf.org is our website, and you can get a hold of me or any one of our staff that way.
Hello. Oh, hi. I'm Christine Earhart. I'm from the native village of Tanana in Alaska. And as you know, most of our tribes don't have a land base up there. We have a lot of native allotments. And in our village, there's a potential gravel source that we want to access, but we have to cross over it in order to get to a native allotment, which has multiple owners. So I'm trying to find out what is the best avenue for us to be able to do that.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I know I'm dealing with another tribe in Southern California that's trying to get access to a tribal trust tract across an allotment. Most likely, you'll need to find out who all those owners are. You'll need to find out who the majority ownership is. You'll need to contact those owners, and you're probably going to have to apply for a right-of-way for a road to go through there, which will require your appraisal on the fair market value. And either the owners, you could either, pay them on an annual basis, or you can pay them up front on whatever that appraised value is. But that's probably going to be your best option. And depending upon the ownership, if there's 20 or more owners, then you are going to need 51% of majority interest to move forward with the right-of-way.
Thank you very much.
That's another piece the foundation has been working on to some degree with the department, because there's a sliding scale of permissions, and we work on helping families and others consolidate their interests, and then now the tribes are majority owners on a lot of them, but as they acquire more, you get on this sliding scale, and if you get to 5 and under, it's basically 90% of the ownership has to approve it, which really is less approval and more veto power for most people. You can have one owner with 15% and they control that allotment. So I don't know if they want to change that sliding scale going forward. We'll continue those conversations, but something needs to change in some of that, because we've got land sitting out there that could be used by the tribe or by individual allottees that just goes unused because you have this sliding scale problem.
I should mention the National Tribal Land Association as well. I'm a board member of that, been a board member for about 12 years. That's another good resource. The ntla.info, correct? Is another good resource for land issues. We're a partner with ILTF. So. All right, well, thank you all for your time. Okay, and then I'll email you. That would be better. need more information, but I haven't learned how to quite do that yet. But yeah, definitely. I've been doing it for almost 20 years now, so I absolutely do think tribes should
No, I'm so excited. It's actually
more initiative in their tribal programs. Yes. It's supposed to be easier. So, no, we're not getting any money to do it. So, yeah.
So the incentive mainly is
Just for software, so just start getting self-governance. Yeah. And you know, tribes are purchasing land and bringing that into trust, so they're trying to.
that's going to help us too.
Well, we're working on that. So, we're working on that one, yeah. So Brian Newland is very pro trust, so. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So, great. Yeah, I will definitely. Thank you. How are you?
I know. I've been detailed as A, Department of Age.
Oh, yeah.
And we're working on self-determination.
Yeah.
It's better to call it self-determination.
Great.
Well, the feedback already giving me is what about self-determination? Yeah, we worked on a couple of things, but I worked with Heather Donald.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And Morongo, actually now we're contracting with other tribes. So, yeah, so we're working out agreements with them. We've actually got 4 tribes now that we're contracting with, so. Yeah, to help with their residential receipts or their I-24 loans and those types of things. So,
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. And it helps to kind of, with our budget too. You know. Yeah, get a little money to do it. It's a little bit of money, but it's better than nothing. So, but it definitely helps. Great. Well, very nice to meet you guys. Yeah, have safe travels home too. Thank you.
All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this breakout session. This is the Medicare Medicaid 101 session, and we're really talking about it today in terms of maximizing the amount of resources that you can bring into your Indian healthcare programs. Just to make sure, can everyone hear me all right? And can you see me over the podium? Okay. I'll stand on my tiptoes. My name is Starla Rolls. I'm a partner with the law firm of Hobbs, Strauss, Dean, and Walker. I work out of our Portland, Oregon office, and I have been working in Indian healthcare for over 20 years now, and hopefully what we'll be sharing today with you will give you some ideas. The primary purpose of this particular presentation is to kind of give you that 30,000-foot level of a bunch of different options for you to be able to look for some additional resources that can be used and plugged into your healthcare programs so you can improve quality and quantity of health services that you're providing to your beneficiaries and the others that you're serving. Any one of these issues that we're going to go over today is its own complex set of issues, and you know, you will see, like when we're talking about the premium sponsorships, I don't know if any of you were at Donag's presentation yesterday. It's very complicated. He had 30 slides on just that issue alone. And we're just going to kind of just go over all of these things very basically, just so that you know what's out there, what's available, and then you can dig into some of these issues more if there's something that's going to help you. So we're going to go over Medicare, Medicaid, and other third-party revenues, talk a little bit about how you can maximize those revenues to achieve your goals and purposes in your health programs. And then at the very end, we're going to talk a little bit about Section 105L leases. So when we talk about third-party reimbursements, we're mainly talking in this particular session about Medicare and Medicaid. We'll talk a little bit about Veterans Affairs, the tribal sharing agreements that you can enter into with the Department of Veterans Affairs so that you can get reimbursed for services provided to eligible veterans. There's also CHIP, the Children's Health Insurance Program. We really won't talk about that much today, or private insurance. We will glance over premium sponsorship, which is that issue that Donning talked about yesterday that I just mentioned. Talk a little bit about being reimbursed at Medicare-like rates and when those apply, what that means. And talk a little bit about services to non-beneficiaries and how that can help sometimes with your particular health program. Just to give you a visual example, we're mostly going to be spending our time on Medicare and Medicaid third-party revenues. That's the big blue line. We're going to start with some IHS funding issues, go all the way around, and we'll finish with IHS funding issues at the end. Okay? And if you have questions as we go along, feel free to speak out. I also think with these types of issues, it's really helpful if folks have their own stories that they can share, what's successful in your programs. That's always helpful for other people to know too. So before we dive into the slides, I just would like to get an idea of who we have in the room. How many folks here are tribal leaders? Great, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. It's great to have you here. What about tribal health directors and tribal health program staff? Okay, and do we have any like federal agency, IHS, or other federal agency folks? No, okay. All right, great. Well, let's get started. Just to talk very briefly about IHS funding. So, of course, we all know that the Indian Health Services appropriations are not adequate in order to provide the level of care that you need to provide in your communities. I would say that budget increases are something that we can advocate for, and advocacy has been pretty successful in the past in certain areas. So there are area budget formulation work groups, and then there's a national budget formulation work group, and there are representatives from each of your areas on the tribal side as well as the IHS side who participate in those meetings. So it would be great for those of you who haven't participated in the budget formulation process, reach out to your area representatives. You can find that information generally on the Indian Health Services website. And what those groups do is they sit down and they identify what your priorities are. What are the priorities for your area? You know, like the Alaska area has a large need for water and sanitation services, and that's always right at the top of their priorities. That may not be a top priority in another area. So tribes are getting together in their areas, identifying where they really need the funding, what they want the funding for, And then all of that information gets compiled together and pushed through up to the national budget formulation group, and then they can develop national priorities, which helps to drive what the IHS is doing with its own budget. So that's an opportunity to get your priorities out there and make sure that those are being heard and taken into consideration. It's tough because we don't get a lot of increased funding very often, and we're still, of course, waiting for fully funded healthcare services through the Indian Health Service, but we keep working on it. One of the other areas with IHS funding where you can bring some additional resources into your program is if you have any services that the Indian Health Service has retained that they're still carrying out on your behalf that you haven't actually compacted in your self-governance agreement. I know some tribes will leave like their information technology shares with the IHS. And at the time that you compacted, it may have made sense to do that because the amount of shares that you get from those services are not enough to run your own program. It's better to keep them pooled at the IHS area or headquarters levels. But revisit some of those decisions as you're going into your next funding agreement negotiations and make sure that, if you have in fact left any funds with the Indian Health Service, whether you could make better use of those funds or if it still makes sense to leave them with the Indian Health Service. Another option is to make sure that you're staying on top of your contract support costs. I know they've been having some other sessions about contract support costs. There's one going on right now that really dives into those issues. But making sure that your indirect cost rates are updated so that you're getting your most recent rate, particularly where, if your rate has increased, you should be entitled to some additional contract support costs. And proper accounting and expenditure of your IHS funds through your audits and working with your finance offices to make sure that they're allocated appropriately will help to make sure that your contract support cost rates are as high as they need to be to support your program. And as I mentioned, we're going to talk about 105L leases at the end, so we'll come back around to that. The other idea through IHS funding is to expand your scope of work. A lot of times we need to just kind of take a step back when we're doing funding agreement negotiations and figure out if there are any updates that need to be made to the scope of work. And that's not just to add new programs that maybe you left with the IHS that we were just talking about. But it can also be to add programs that the IHS is not actually funding. And an example of that is long-term care services. It's authorized under the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act for you to carry out long-term care programs. And while the IHS is not going to give you any funding for that, they still will include it in your funding agreement, and it's important to do that, not just for Federal Tort Claims Act coverage, but then you can also be carrying out those programs, billing for Medicare, Medicaid, billing other third-party resources, and plowing those services back into your healthcare program. So it's a good idea to update your scopes of work if you haven't done that in a while, and think about those other programs that you want to carry out. Even if you don't get funding from IHS, there are ways for that to be beneficial to have it under your ISDA agreement and take advantage of all those ISDA benefits. Okay, so let's get into why you're really here, which I think is third-party revenues. And what we're going to talk about is enrolling patients in available third-party resources. Doing that and having those other parties like Medicare, Medicaid, VA paying for health care saves your IHS dollars that you have and helps you to be able to expand the services that you're providing. There's also the payer of last resort rule, and this pertains to your purchase referred care programs. Of course, your tribal health program is the payer of last resort for purchase referred care. So all of those other programs that are out there are required to pay before you have to use your PRC dollars to the extent that the person's eligible for and signed up for those programs. The PRC rules also provide that if you have an individual patient who's eligible for Medicare or Medicaid, they haven't applied for it, PRC is not really supposed to be spent on that person until they apply and there's either a denial of the eligibility or there's some other reason that they're not able to get that particular coverage. So I know a lot of tribes have spent time really working with their Medicare and Medicaid billing programs to see what their eligible population looks like, what the percentage of the individuals are that are actually enrolled in the programs for which they're eligible. And they work together when those individuals come in to sit down and have a conversation with them, try to get them signed up. I know there's some issues that some tribes have run across with respect to that, where Their members have a very strong belief, and rightly so, that the federal government has a trust responsibility to provide the care. And why should I have to sign up for this program? And really, it's a matter of helping to educate your patient population to understanding that really the entire purpose of getting them enrolled in Medicare, Medicaid, or the other programs for which they're eligible is to make sure that you can bring more funds into your program and carry out more services that are tailored specifically to the needs in your particular community, instead of relying on the federal government to provide the services. So it's sometimes a struggle, but I know that a lot of tribes have had some great success with their enrollment programs, and that just brings in a lot more of the resources. One of the things I want to mention about Medicare and Medicaid in particular, private health insurance also, is that those collections that you're bringing in do have to be used for healthcare related purposes. There's language in the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act that talks about how you have to basically use your third-party reimbursements. And under Title V of the Indian Self-Determination Act, those funds are treated as program funds. So basically, anything you're collecting from a third-party resource is coming in, it's mingled together with your other resources, essentially to carry out your healthcare programs in your Indian Self-Determination Act scope of work. So they're not to be diverted to other uses within the tribal government. They need to stay within the health program. And that's really how tribes have been using those resources to build out their health programs. So Medicaid, again, this is 30,000 foot level, so I don't know how many of you are familiar with what Medicaid and Medicare cover, but so Medicaid provides health coverage for lower income individuals and disabled Americans. Under the Affordable Care Act, we have expansion of Medicaid coverage for everyone up to 138% of the federal poverty line. And we provided some examples here of what that means for different sizes of families that would be covered. Now, not everyone has expanded Medicaid in their states. A lot of states have expanded Medicaid, some have not. Like I know Wyoming has not expanded Medicaid, and so one of our tribal clients that we have there has really struggled because they're not able to take advantage of the additional benefits of providing Medicaid and getting folks enrolled in Medicaid without that expanded service population. So there's some talk going on right now about what to do about that, because Medicaid is a program that's shared between the state and the federal government. The funds go to the state. The state has their state Medicaid plan, and they decide what services are covered under that plan. And then when an individual who is enrolled in Medicaid receives services, the state pays a certain percentage of that care, and the federal government pays a certain percentage of that care. And for eligible American Indians and Alaska Natives, the federal government's share is 100%. So for the states that haven't expanded, at least with respect to their Native populations, it really costs them nothing. The big concern is their costs that they have for expanding it that includes other non-Native populations. So we're trying to think of some ways to get around that and be able to encourage that expansion so that more Native American individuals can be covered under the Medicaid program. Alaska Natives and American Indians are exempt from all of the premium and cost sharing requirements under Medicaid, which is super helpful. Tribes don't have to pick up those cost sharing amounts. And trust resources that the individuals have are not included in the calculations to determine whether or not the individual is going to be eligible for Medicaid, which is great because they take into account, normally they'll be looking at your homes, they'll look at your cars, they'll look at your bank accounts. Like there are a whole number of different things that go into deciding whether you meet the income eligibility levels, but trust resources are exempt from that. And as I just mentioned, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services reimburses states at 100% of the cost. There's no cost sharing with respect to services provided to American Indians and Alaska Natives. Okay. For tribal healthcare facilities that are billing for services provided to individuals enrolled in Medicaid, most of the tribal facilities are being reimbursed by the state at what's called the IHS OMB rate. And I'm assuming that most of you, how many of you are not familiar with the OMB rate? Okay, everybody knows what the OMB rate is. So that's a higher reimbursement rate usually. There are some areas where the OMB rate is not higher than a fee-for-service rate. But it's a favorable rate for being able to be reimbursed, and it's important that tribal facilities can opt to have that higher reimbursement rate. As I mentioned before, IHS and the tribal organizations are payers of last resort, so Medicaid will always pay first. And there are special managed care protections that are in place for tribal healthcare providers and for Indians who are enrolled in Medicaid managed care plans. For Medicaid managed care, I will note that there are a couple of different options for tribal health programs to be able to bill for the services that are provided to eligible Indian beneficiaries who are enrolled in a Medicaid managed care plan. Some tribes have opted to enter into contracts with the managed care organization. And when you enter into those contracts, they impose a whole bunch of different obligations on you. There is an addendum that we call the Indian Addendum, and it's a specific amendment, essentially, that gets incorporated into the contract with the managed care organization to provide several protections that apply under federal law. And one of those protections is to make sure that that managed care organization is reimbursing you at the OMB rate or at the fee-for-service rate, whichever is higher. And that's a CMS template, and most of the managed care organizations are starting to get familiar with it. So that's a standard piece that we add to that contract. Sometimes that's still very burdensome to have those contracts. You don't have to have a contract with the managed care organization in order to bill for an individual who's coming to you for services, who's enrolled in that managed care plan. And you can still bill the managed care plan for that. They will reimburse you in those circumstances at their regular rate. And so the trick there is that then you go back to the state and ask for a wrap payment, essentially, so that they can get you up to the OMB rate at which you were supposed to be reimbursed. So there's two different ways that you can deal with that, depending on whether it's more burdensome to have the contract or it's more burdensome to go back and get the wrap payment from the states. So of course, every state has their own state Medicaid plan that's approved by CMS, and every state's plan is different. They cover different options and services. And of course, as with anything, some of those state plans are better for tribal providers than others. There are some states out there through their Medicaid plan that allow for you to bill up to 5 encounters per day per patient at the OMB rate. I know there are also states that allow much less than that. And so that's an opportunity to do some advocacy with your state Medicaid program if you want to be able to bill for more encounters per day. And I know there's been some ongoing work in that area in some of the states that have lower encounter rate options. We also have a lot of the state Medicaid plans that will allow tribal providers to bill telehealth and telebehavioral health visits at the OMB rate. Others do not, so that's another area that you could check into and see if that's something that, perhaps that needs a waiver or some sort of amendment to the state plan that you need to work out with the Medicaid agency in your state. And some states also allow cost savings from care coordination agreements to be plowed back into their funds that they use to pay tribal health care providers. So there are a lot of different benefits for Medicaid that I think there are some good opportunities to increase your access to being able to bill at that OMB rate for the individuals that are eligible for Medicaid in your area. Okay. So that's Medicaid. Just very briefly, we'll go into Medicare. So Medicare, eligibility for Medicare is based on a person's age, if they're 65 years or older, and it does extend some services to disabled populations. There are the 4 primary parts to the Medicare program. Part A covers hospital services. Part B is just general medical services. Part C has to do with the Medicare Advantage plans, and Part D, which you hear about a lot, the prescription drug program under Part D. Okay, slide of stock, next. Okay, so Part B plans for medical insurance coverage, there are opportunities for tribes to sponsor or pay for the Medicare Part B premiums for the tribe's eligible patients. And under the Affordable Care Act, it authorizes tribes to use their federal funding to make those premium payments. So if you have federal funding that's coming into you through your Indian Self-Determination Act Compact and funding agreement, your third-party revenues, you can use those funds to pay for and sponsor the premiums for your eligible population. Then you can bill Medicare Part B for the services that are provided, and generally the cost of paying for the premiums is less than what you're going to be getting back. And this is very similar to a lot of what Don was talking about in his presentation yesterday, which has to do with the marketplace, but you need to do an analysis, see where your eligible population is, what the cost would be, and what the expected benefits would be for being able to bill Medicare for them if you sponsor those premiums for them. And unfortunately, the sponsorship payments have to be made separately, so that's per individual that you're going to be sponsoring. There's also the opportunity to do tribal sponsorship under Part D, prescription drug plans. Same thing, you can sponsor those premiums for your eligible patients. You can use your federal funds to do that. And then you bill Medicare Part D for the cost of the pharmaceuticals, which in pretty much most of the cases where tribes have analyzed this is more that you're getting back than the cost of the premiums that you're paying out. You can also enter into contracts with Part D providers to get reimbursed for services from them. And again, it's similar to the Medicaid managed care piece that I talked about. There is an Indian-specific addendum that goes to those contracts to make sure that you're preserving all of the federal rights and benefits that you have as an Indian healthcare program. Okay. Veterans Affairs. So IHS and the VA have entered into an MOU on a reimbursement agreement, and they've updated that MOU here fairly recently. And that is to try to coordinate better the services between the VA and the IHS where there's overlap for eligible beneficiaries who are veterans. There is a program that the VA is doing where you enter into a tribal sharing agreement or a tribal reimbursement agreement with the VA. They have a template that they use. And that ensures that when you're providing services to eligible veterans that the VA is reimbursing you for those direct care services. How many of you have VA sharing agreements in place already? Okay, a few of you? Okay. Yeah, it's a really easy process. They have a way to go into their website and you make a request that you'd like to participate in that program. And, like I said, it's pretty much a template agreement. You get that agreement in place, and there's some coordination that has to happen in order to make sure that, they're determining who's eligible for VA benefits and what benefits are covered. And, there's some details like that are worked out through the contract. But then they will be reimbursing you as a primary payer, just like Medicare or Medicaid would for those eligible veterans. I mentioned here that Section 405 of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act requires the VA to reimburse you for services that are provided through your tribal health program. And that word "through" is really important because we read that as meaning not just provided by, like your direct care services, but through your program, which is purchase referred care. Since the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act was reauthorized as part of the Affordable Care Act, VA said, no, we're only going to be reimbursing you for the direct care services. We don't have to pay for PRC. And we had the PRC for Native Veterans Act in January of 2021 that clarified that the VA must also reimburse for purchase referred care. So I know the VA is working on amendments to their sharing agreements that they have in place with tribes and working on amendments to their template for anyone that will be entering it so that they can make sure that PRC is covered. They're not quite there yet. They're working on some administrative internal stuff for that. But there was an amendment that came out as part of the COVID-19 pandemic to allow reimbursement for PRC during the pandemic. So they need to get that rolling so that they make sure that they're reimbursing for direct care and PRC going forward even after the pandemic is over. Federal insurance. So the Affordable Care Act authorized tribes to participate in the Federal Employee Health Benefits Program. So that's the program where the federal government provides health insurance coverage to their own employees. So tribes are eligible to participate in that. It's nationwide and local plans that might be lower costs than some other private plans that you might be looking at as a tribal government for your employees of the various different divisions of the tribal programs. I don't know of any of my clients specifically who have taken advantage of this because the savings were not for them as much as what they were saving by doing, say, a tribal self-funded plan for their employees. But it's definitely something to look into if you have high costs of insurance coverage for employees, to see if maybe this program would be beneficial. Insurance and premium sponsorship. Now, this is where we're talking about using federal sources of funding, like your purchase referred care funds, to buy insurance coverage for your members in your service area. You can do that on the private market. You can use your ISDA funds to buy insurance through the private market, or you can go in and do that through the Affordable Care Act marketplaces. And really the point there is to leverage those funds, so you're spending a certain amount of money to sponsor the premiums and be able to get persons enrolled in insurance coverage. And then you're able to bill that insurance coverage for the services that you provide to them. And in pretty much most situations, what you're expending, again, is going to be a lot less than what's going to be coming back in. I think Dawning mentioned yesterday, it was like for every dollar you spend, you get $4 to $5 back. Yes? Yeah, so with the premium sponsorship under the marketplaces, as far as I understand it, and I'm not an expert in this area, again, I would encourage you to take a look at the materials from the presentation on sponsorship yesterday, because it's extraordinarily complex. My understanding is that that is only going to be for your tribal citizens in terms of that type of sponsorship. I mean, tribes can still, of course, use their own resources to provide insurance coverage for their employees. And if you have even a large number of non-native employees and you would like to have them receiving services at your health facility, you can do that. We're going to talk a little bit about services to non-beneficiaries in just a moment. But it's an opportunity for you to ensure that they have that health insurance coverage, and that insurance is paying and that money is coming back into your program. Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
I just want to say that the FEHB is a good avenue for tribes. It's very cost effective compared to self-insured. And you can cover your tribal members outside of employees with that. And a lot of tribes do that. Secondly, the sponsorship isn't limited to the ACA or Medicare. According to the Federal Register and the IHS circular, it's up to the tribes to determine that. As long as they are eligible for a PRC, which you determine as your service area, they are eligible for this. And it doesn't have to be based on their income either. That's totally up to the tribe to decide whether or not they want to base their sponsorship on income, if they want to limit who's eligible for that.
Absolutely.
So
yes.
I just don't want anybody to be
Thank you for
misled
sharing
saying that it's just for the ACA or Medicare, because and you can choose. It doesn't have to be the ACA or that. You can be privately insured or self-insured programs, whatever that tribe determines that they want to utilize, they can use that, and it's spelled out in that circular that you determine that, and you put your own premium sponsorship policy in place, and you determine that as a tribe. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up, and it's good to hear that the FEHB is creating some cost savings for tribes. That's excellent. Yeah, so what I'm talking about in terms of the premium sponsorship, as I mentioned, I mean, you can use your authority to buy insurance on the private market, or you can do this through the ACA marketplaces. And the premium sponsorship issue, where it's limited to your tribal citizens, has to do with the tax credits and the exemptions that you get that come back. But you don't have to have those things in mind. I mean, you get more savings where the federal government's essentially contributing more to the coverage than the tribe is contributing if you're able to access those tax credits and exemptions. But if you just want to have an insurance program, you're certainly able to craft that however you want to craft that. I know a lot of tribes are going the tribal self-insurance route right now, which has been really useful. There's a way to coordinate your tribal self-funded plans with Medicare-like rates, which we'll also talk about very quickly, momentarily. That's a complex issue, but there are a number of different options essentially to get at this insurance issue, for sure. Okay, so this has to do with the insurance marketplace rules with respect to getting those exceptions and getting those tax premiums that we were talking about. That really is covered very well in Doning's materials from yesterday, which are available online. But essentially, the idea there is to look at enrolling individuals in, say, a lower level plan. With the marketplace, you have several different levels. There are bronze and silver, and then gold and platinum. And the coverage for all of those is exactly the same. The difference in them is the amount of personal cost sharing that the individual has to provide. So on a bronze plan, there's bigger cost sharing, and on a platinum plan, there's lower cost sharing. For American Indians and Alaska Natives that are enrolled, they don't have any cost sharing at all. So it's cheapest to enroll them in the bronze plan, pay the premiums for that, and then again, you can bill for the services and get those funds back. Okay, so let's talk a little bit. I just mentioned Medicare-like rates. So we have two types of what are called Medicare-like rates, and so that's when you're providing services and you, particularly for purchase referred care, right? So you've authorized someone to have services at a hospital, or there's an accident, an emergency, and someone goes to the hospital for care, and then they're applying for purchase referred care. Of course, all the other individuals' third-party revenues like Medicare, Medicaid, CHIP, VA, private insurance, all of those things pay first. To the extent there is a payment requirement for the PRC program, you can get billed at Medicare, the Medicare-like rate, so that you're only paying at the Medicare-like rate and not at fully billed charges. So this saves tribes a significant amount of money because, before we had Medicare-like rates, you might just be paying those fully billed charges. So now it's the same rate essentially that Medicare would pay, is the same rate that your tribal purchase referred care program would pay. And we also now have Medicare-like rates that expanded into non-hospital services, so specialty care providers like orthopedics or cardiologists who aren't associated with the hospital. Those Medicare-like rates also apply to the services that are authorized by your PRC programs for them. For hospitals, they're required, it's part of their Medicare conditions of participation, they're required to accept your payment at the MLR. For those non-hospital physician services, they are not required to accept that. Many of them do, but there's also opportunities to negotiate different rates with them or lower rates, something that's maybe higher than the Medicare rate, but less than fully billed charges. And tribes have to take that into account with their service providers in their communities because, in some communities there aren't a lot of other service providers out there and you want good working relationships with them, but you also want to save your resources and preserve your PRC funds as best as you can. So it's kind of a give and take. It's not something that's required of those individuals to accept MLR for that. But the idea is it really does result in a lot of savings to your purchase referred care program. And there are ways to, if you have a tribal self-funded plan, if that plan is carefully coordinated with your purchase referred care program, you have individuals who are on the plan who are eligible for purchase referred care, and they get a valid purchase referred care authorization. There's coordination with your tribal self-insurance program. Then your tribal self-insurance program can make payments on behalf of your PRC program and make those payments at the Medicare-like rate, which saves your tribal self-funded plan some money as well. I will say it's a little bit complicated. There need to be specific statements included in the summary plan documents. There need to be procedures put into place to make sure that PRC is in fact coordinating with tribal self-insurance. We do need to make sure that the individuals that are going to be covered in this category are in fact eligible for purchase referred care. So they're eligible for direct services and they live within your purchase referred care delivery area, or let's see, go back. So eligible for direct care services and a tribal member living within your purchase referred care delivery area, or within your purchase referred care delivery area and they have close social and economic ties to your tribal community. So we can't go outside of that. I know some tribes have wanted to, say, expand that to their tribal members no matter where they live, have them covered under their self-insurance plan and be able to get Medicare-like rates, reimbursement rates, payment rates for those folks. Currently, that's not possible. It's limited specifically to PRC eligible individuals covered under the plan for whom you validly authorize PRC. There is a legislative workaround that is kind of being talked about in tribal communities. So I know that that's something that they're trying to expand so that tribes can cover their tribal members for care wherever they live. But currently that's an issue. So it's just be careful and cautious if you're coordinating with your tribal self-funded plans for Medicare-like rates, but it can save you a lot of money, and then those resources will be extended for your purchase referred care program. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you're talking about, the question has to do with having a tribal plan. So the insurance plan covers tribal members. It's not an employee plan. It's a tribal member plan for insurance coverage, and that absolutely can be coordinated with your purchase referred care program to access Medicare-like rates. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so services to non-beneficiaries, just take a look at our time. We have a little bit of time left. Section 813 of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act, it used to be, back before it was reauthorized, that in order to provide services to non-beneficiaries, you had to consider whether or not there would be a denial or diminution of services to your eligible population. You also had to consider whether there were other reasonably accessible services in your community, and then you had to come to a joint agreement about that with the Indian Health Service. So it's pretty limited. IHS didn't agree to allow services to non-beneficiaries very often back at that point. When we reauthorized the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act, thankfully that changed, and now tribes and tribal organizations make their own determination. They don't have to get IHS's buy-in on this, and the only consideration you have to look at is whether there's a denial or diminution of services to your eligible population. So this has really expanded the ability of tribes to provide services to non-Indians that might be in their area. And when those non-Indians come in for services, they have to pay. The statute requires them to pay on a fee-for-service basis. And so for a lot of tribal programs, they have been able to open their doors to including services to non-beneficiaries. And then those non-beneficiaries, presumably, most of them have Medicare, Medicaid, some sort of other third-party coverage that you can bill and then put those services, those funds back into your services in your health program again. We've also seen that a lot of tribes have entered into some innovative partnerships with some of the non-Indian health program providers in their communities to expand the services to non-beneficiaries. I know Jamestown's Glellum has a great program where they're serving a lot of non-beneficiaries up in the Squim area, and you could always talk to Ron Allen. I think he's been a visionary there for providing those services, and the tribe's the main provider of healthcare services in that community now. And a lot of the resources that they're collecting are coming in from those services to non-beneficiaries. So that's something to consider if you haven't expanded into non-beneficiary services. Okay, and just to finish up with Section 105L leases, how many of you have 105L leases right now? Okay, a few of you, terrific. Yeah, so Section 105L refers to Section 105L of the Indian Self-Determination and Education Assistance Act. And that provision of the statute requires the IHS and the BIA to enter into leases with tribes and tribal organizations for any facility that the tribal organization owns or has a leasehold interest in, so they're leasing it, to carry out part of their Indian Self-Determination Act scope of work. And that lease requires that the agencies fully compensate for all of the reasonable, what they call non-duplicative costs of operating and maintaining the facilities. So it's a really terrific way of getting some extra funding for your facilities, because facilities funding has been pretty dismal I remember when we were first working on the facilities list language, priorities list language for Indian Healthcare Improvement Act, it was like something like 50 years to just get facilities for the programs that were already on the list, and I'm sure it's longer now. I mean, there has been some more facility funding coming in, and there are other programs for facilities like the joint venture program, but it's really hard to get enough funds to operate and maintain your facilities. So 105L leases, I would say, are a terrific option. It took some litigation many years ago. The Manilic Association took the lead on that litigation and won. And now the Indian Health Service has a pretty standard process in place for entering into these leases. You send in a letter requesting the lease. They have templates for information that you fill out. There's a template lease. There's some negotiations required that go through that. Determining the amount of your lease, there are 3 different options under the regulations that implement Section 105L of the statute. You can ask for fair market rental value based on the fair market rental that you have for your facility if you're leasing it. You can also do fair market rental evaluations, and there are experts out there that can help come in and do that type of evaluation for you. You can go through what's called cost incurred. There's a whole series of different types of costs that are identified in the regulations, and included in that are things like rent, depreciation, your operations and maintenance costs, repairs, snow removal. There's a whole long list of things. And so you can look at that list of those types of costs that you're incurring to operate and maintain your facility and make your proposal based on that. And there's also the opportunity to do a combination of both. So it's usually tribes that are going into this will do a financial analysis of which looks like it's going to turn out to be a more realistic number for them. That's a defensible number, and whichever is the best number is what they put forward to propose to the IHS. So, like I said, there's a process that's in place. It's fairly standard process now. Really easy to go through this and take advantage of this particular program. And we have guaranteed full funding. It's for Section 105L leases, it's now considered indefinite discretionary appropriation. There was a period of time when tribes were really starting to go after these 105L leases, and IHS was saying, we don't have appropriations. We're going to take money from direct care services. And we're like, no, that isn't a good idea. We need the money for direct care services. We also need the money for facilities. So now there is an indefinite discretionary appropriation to cover the 105L leases, and it's one of the pieces that they're working on right now for mandatory appropriations. So anyone who doesn't have a 105L lease now, I really encourage you to strongly take a look at that because it's a really terrific way to get those additional resources in to help maintain and update your facilities as you need. Okay, so I think with that, we can go to some questions and comments, and if anyone has any stories of success stories that they would like to share from their organizations, please feel free to speak up about that too. It would be great. Do you have any questions? I will say, right after this in the plenary is going to be a big session on 105L leases. So if that is interesting to you, I would stick around for the plenary session because they'll go into a lot more detail than what we did just here. But great. All right. Well, thank you guys very much. I'll stick around if you have any questions and you want to come up. I'll be here for a little while. Thanks.
I like stunning, I like shining, I like $1,000,000 deals. Where's my pen? I'm signing. I like those Balenciagas, the ones that look like socks. I like going to the Tula. I put rocks all in my watch. I like texts from my exes when they want a second chance. I like proving wrong. I do what they say I can't. They call me Cardi, Cardi, banging body, spicy mommy, hot tamale, hotter than a Somali. Bird, go, Ferrari, hop up the stoop, jump in the coupe. They dip on top of the roof, flexing them as hard as I can. Eating halal, driving a lamb. So that bitch, I'm sorry though. Got my coins like Mario. Yeah, they call me Cardi B. I run this shit like cardio. Diamond district in the chain. Certified, you know I'm gang, 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 gang. Drop the top and blow the brand. Oh, he's so handsome, what's his
Hi everyone, it's me, Izzy. I was created through motion capture technology. SGCETC, in partnership with Cherokee Nation Film Office and Creative Filter, developed me and my friend Dee. Over the coming months, we will be busy creating videos that will help educate folks about tribal self-governance authorities. I hope you are enjoying the conference so far. This event is only made possible because of our tremendous partners and sponsors. I would like to take a minute to thank the Department of the Interior and the Indian Health Service for partnering with us for nearly 30 years to make this event a reality. Wado!
All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. How was everybody's break? Liars. Liars. All right, is there any California natives in the house? Make some noise. Is there any Alaskan natives in the house? All right, all right. What about Oklahoma? Security, there they are. They identified themselves. All right, we're going to get right into things. We're going to go into a presentation, Enhancing Self-Governance, Use of Section 105 Agreements. Your host for this panel will be David Connor from the Red Lake Nation. Robert Miguel, Chairman, Achin Indian Community. Oh, sorry, Jeff Stromer. Sorry about that, Jeff. Partner, Hobbs, Strauss, Dean, and Walker. My bad there, Jeff. Oh, man, I'm going to get beat up after this. All these people, I'm announcing their names wrong. And then we have, coming to the stage, James Kerrigan, President, Northern Engineering and Consulting from the Red Lake Nation. Jillian Curtis, Director, Office of Finance and Accounting, Indian Health Service, Department of Health and Human Services, and Judith Wilson, Director, Office of Facilities, Property and Safety Management, Indian Affairs, Department of the Interior.
I'm going to come sit with you.
There's some bright lights.
Lights.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session on 105L leases. One of the biggest and most important benefits that's come to Indian country. It's been with IHS for a while, but only recently with Indian Affairs, and we want to show you today how beneficial it truly can be. And we'd like to start off with first, we'd like to ask Jeff Stromer, who has a lot of history and understanding of Section 105L. Could you please, Jeff, talk a little bit about the background and history of Section 105L?
Sure, I'm happy to do that, Dave. Good afternoon, everyone. 105L is an interesting provision in the Indian Self-Determination Act. It was added in 1994 when the self-governance program under Title IV became permanent. There were a number of Title I amendments made to the statute at that time, and 105L was one of them. In 1996, the Department of the Interior and IHS promulgated jointly regulations implementing 105L. 105L on its face is relatively straightforward. It says if a tribe or tribal organization carrying out responsibilities under a self-determination contract or self-governance compact is using its own facilities or facilities that it has a leasehold interest in to deliver those services, it has a right to have either agency, BIA or IHS, enter into a lease to fully fund the use of the facility to deliver those services. The negotiated rulemaking process promulgated regulations that implemented that very straightforward provision. And it spelled out three different ways that tribes could come up with a proposed compensation and implemented the statute. Well, from 1996, when the regulations were promulgated, until 2014, very few tribes used Section 105L. In fact, it was only really used on the IHS side, and it was primarily used to negotiate leases that were for nominal amounts, $1 or more, just to have tribally owned facilities treated like IHS facilities for purposes of Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement. In 2014, Maniluk Association, a tribal health organization in Northwest Alaska, who had a number of different village clinics that were badly underfunded for maintenance and improvement, asked us actually to figure out if 105L could be used as a mechanism to fully fund all of their facility needs. So Maniluk submitted a final offer under Title V. The offer was rejected by the first offer. Actually, there were two lawsuits. In the first lawsuit, the IHS didn't reject the final offer. It simply told Maniluk that that was not a subject matter that could be included in a self-governance agreement. Therefore, it didn't need to. Maniluk sued. The court disagreed with the IHS and ultimately decided for Maniluk that 105L leases were part of the programs that could be taken over by tribes and included in a self-governance agreement. But that first litigation didn't answer the real open question, which is whether or not the IHS was fully responsible under the statute and the regulations to fully fund the 105L lease. That issue was addressed in the second round of litigation. Again, Maniluk Association, who submitted a second final offer. It was litigated, and the district court in that case held that the statute is very clear on its face. If a tribe satisfies the ownership requirement and is carrying out functions under a self-governance agreement, in that case, then it could propose compensation based on one of the three compensation alternatives set out in the regulations. And if it did that and the compensation was reasonable, the IHS had no option but to enter into the lease and fully fund the lease. So that decision was issued in 2016. To IHS's credit, the agency did not appeal that decision and immediately started implementing the statute as the court contemplated the statute should be implemented. The BIA also gets credit because they didn't resist or challenge the decision either. They couldn't, obviously they weren't directly involved in the litigation, but they could have not agreed to engage with tribes on Section 105L leases as well and kind of stretch that process out. So unlike, for those of you familiar with contract support cost litigation that took close to 30 years for the dust to finally settle on what the statute means and still means today after the Supreme Court visited the question a number of times, with 105L, it took one final decision by a district court and then the agencies moved forward and have implemented the statute, I think, fairly vigorously since then. So I hope, Dave, that covers the ground that you were hoping I would cover.
Yep.
Okay.
Next question.
So now I'll slip into my co-moderator role and ask the first question that I have. And this one is going to be for you, Jim. Okay. What are the benefits of entering into a Section 105L lease agreement, and how have tribes used that authority?
Okay, probably the most beneficial benefit of this 105L leases is a tribe can build a brand new building and get the whole thing fully funded, including principal, interest, depreciation, contributions to reserve to replace the equipment inside the building as it wears out, and all of the stuff that goes along with a lease. You can recover that. And you can build a brand new building, and if you had a trust program in that building, you're eligible to get the whole cost of that building back in that lease. And to me, that's been a big benefit to the Red Lake Nation because we had some facilities up there that, and I'll get into that a little bit later on, how Red Lake has overcome some of the difficulties in trying to keep these facilities going, and some of these facilities we had were in bad shape. So that is the main benefit I can see, that tribes can build a new building and then recover the cost and the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Jim. Judy or Jillian?
I'd like to add to that. I also think that alongside being able to receive those costs, there's a larger kind of inherent benefit, is I think that it allows a tribe to more or less undergird its ISDEA programs, whether you're self-governance or self-determination. It really, I think, helps reinforce and undergird that and the tribe's ability to administer, I think, those programs and functions.
And I would just add from a budgetary perspective, with 105L, we're no longer in a place where we're competing for other program resources within the IHS or in the Department of Interior's budget. So exercising your self-determination or self-governance rights in this program does not take away from the actual funding that's available to provide health care through that secretarial amount.
Thank you. And just adding to that, just in the last couple of days, the Senate marked up its 2023 Interior Funding Bill, and they've announced that for the first time in history in writing, that beginning in FY24, they intend to move contract support costs and 105L lease costs into the mandatory category of spending. So that's very interesting.
Yes.
So kind of drilling into one of the benefits, tribal leaders have expressed concern for many years about aging infrastructure in their communities with no resources to improve that infrastructure. And tribes, just often can't afford to get loans, loan after loan, to build structures. So I'd like to ask the team how Section 105L lease agreements can be a mechanism to help improve needed infrastructure. And first, turn to Dino.
Okay, the Red Lake Tribe, their police station burned down in 1979. And the BIA moved them into a temporary headquarters. It was an old DNR garage. They renovated it and put jail cells and everything in there. And not long after that, the BIA condemned their own facility. But yet, 21 years later, the tribe was still housed in that facility. And the tribe said, we got to do something with this because the BIA couldn't afford to build a new building to replace the one that burned. And so what we did is we went and we got a DOJ grant. I mean, we applied for one, we were lucky to get it, but it didn't have all of the facilities that we needed. We just had the detention facility. The thing was designed for detention, law enforcement, and courts. So once we got the detention facility constructed, but I think it was 10 years later, we added the law enforcement and courts, and we went and borrowed money from another tribe, a successful gaming tribe, and that's how we paid for that. So we thought maybe that's when 105L lease was just coming in to the BIA part of it. And so we sat down with the Bureau of Indian Affairs officials, and let me tell you, they really treated us well in putting this stuff together. I mean, both of us had to come into agreement. It was all new to them, and it was all new to us. But we came up with an agreement that I think they're still using it today. But anyhow, what we got out, we had to separate out. You can't use a facility that was funded with federal funds. So that first detention facility, we had to split it up. And we didn't get the principal or interest or depreciation out of that part of it because it was federal funded. However, we got the operation and maintenance funding out of that. And the law enforcement and courts part of it, I can't remember the total cost, it was around $5 million. We did put that in a full-fledged 105L lease, and we got principal, interest, depreciation, replacement costs, the whole gamut. And that was 4 years ago, and we just went into our 4th year with that facility. And we also built 2 new fire halls with USDA rural development funds as a loan from rural development. And we got that under both of the, we got one in Red Lake and one up in another village up in Panema. And both of those facilities are fully funded under a 105L lease. And it's really been a boon to the tribe that, you're relieved of paying back these rural development loans out of their general fund. Now we have a mechanism that we can put it into these leases and get the whole program funded.
Thanks. Anybody else comment?
I'll go next.
Okay.
So yes, 100% agree that there simply isn't enough O&M funding through appropriations to cover the actual operations and maintenance expenses that everyone has to realize. And if we don't have to fund these through appropriations, rather we have the indefinite appropriation for 105L to cover the scheduled and unscheduled maintenance, the reserve for replacing major components. It's huge because you get to realize the actual costs as opposed to, like maybe 50 or 60 or 75%. I would also say that because about the infrastructure and aging infrastructure, I think it will help 105L help tribes realize that over time, maybe there's also less reliance on repurposing facilities and having to use facilities for what they were not necessarily intended, and be able to shift more to purpose-built facilities for administering programs in a more appropriate way.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. And just at the IHS alone, we're looking at a backlog of essential maintenance and repair of over $1 billion. And while congressional appropriations have been coming, they have certainly not been coming in a way that would allow us to address that full backlog. And when we're talking about maintenance and improvement, or O&M, we're talking about impacts to buildings that will literally limit the care that a hospital or health clinic can provide. It's your roof leaks and your operatories are on the second floor, so you have to cancel your surgeries when there's a rainstorm. We're talking about challenges that significantly limit IHS and tribal health programs' ability to provide high-quality healthcare services. And 105L is one way for our self-determination and self-governance tribes to overcome that significant challenge.
Yeah, I'll just add one. The way I think of it is based on my experience working with our tribal clients who have entered into 105L leases. And before they negotiated the leases, in many cases, Manilik is a good example, but there are lots of other examples since the Manilik cases initially, they received about 15-20 cents on the dollar that they needed for maintaining and improving the village-built clinics that those two lawsuits were about. So they got essentially 80 to 85 cents on the dollar more by entering into 105L leasing. And that, just from a dollars and cents standpoint, that speaks to me volumes. They had enough resources finally to be able to start addressing the maintenance, improvement, and backlog maintenance and improvement needs of those facilities. So in that sense, I think it's a game changer for existing facilities that really need that kind of work, in addition to being a game changer, as Jim talked about, in terms of being able to use it as a stream of revenue when you're talking about replacing facilities and building new facilities. It kind of works in a number of different ways. So the next question is for you, Judy. To start with, I should say. Everybody's going to join in, but you're going to start. Tribal leaders have noted that entering into a Section 105L agreement can sometimes be an extremely lengthy process. Have you evaluated the length of time for entering into an agreement, considered the impacts, and taken or are planning to take actions to make the process more efficient?
Okay, a lot of parts to that question. Trying to compare the length of a time to execute a lease from the time that we get a proposal until we actually execute the lease It varies. It's almost like trying to compare apples to oranges because we have such a wide variety of what we call the PFSAs, the programs, functions, and services, and facility types. Because of the ability for a tribe to customize how it would like to be compensated, whether to use the fair market rental analysis or itemized expenses, that 900.70A through H, or a combination of those. It seems that every lease proposal that we get is somewhat different and has its own nuances. And I think it's really the length of time is dependent on how well we understand the information provided to us, how much technical assistance a tribe may need. One of the things that we're trying to focus on now, which is a priority for the Assistant Secretary, is to provide as much technical assistance as we can, get out there up front and help tribes understand what the process is, the types of information. When we get approached by a tribe, we provide things like a sample tribal resolution. We provide a sample CFO statement. We provide examples of a self-governance and a self-determination lease. We have the wonderful spreadsheet, that Excel spreadsheet, the formula-driven thing that our partners and friends in Red Lake really developed for us. We provide that. We try to provide as many materials up front to help the tribe in its consideration as to how they want to approach the lease, the kinds of things that help facilitate the negotiation. It's really all about trying to get an understanding and develop that understanding prior to a tribe coming in with a proposal that I think helps tremendously.
I think that's right, Judy, and I think although at IHS we're really just focusing on hospitals and health clinics, the unique characteristics of every facility that we're negotiating on and the wide variety of PFSAs that they might be operating really does create a significant level of complexity here. And we have heard loud and clear from our tribal partners that we need to be looking and improving the length of time it takes for us to complete these agreements. So again, the level of technical assistance that might be necessary is an important factor. The extent to which we understand the information upon the first submission of the package, the extent of the completeness, of the information that we receive, all impact the length of time that it will take for us to negotiate this agreement. However, what we have tried to do in recognition of the fact that this is an intensive and can be a lengthy process is when we finalize that agreement, we do award funding based on the date that proposal was submitted. So we're making sure to not shortchange those agreements because of this complex and sometimes time-consuming negotiation process.
Can I add one more thing?
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the FY21 Omnibus Appropriations Bill is very specific, saying that the lease term will start the date that you receive the proposal from the tribe. So even if it takes a while to negotiate or to get all of the documentation, get that common understanding so we can finalize the lease terms, it doesn't compromise the length of the lease term, and that's important. And then if one other thing that we've done, get out your pens and please write this down, is dia105l@bia.gov. We've established a mailbox that goes to our entire team, so any communication from a tribe regarding 105L goes to the entire team at the same time, and we don't necessarily have to worry so much about are we communicating internally efficiently enough, trying to make sure something doesn't fall through the cracks. Is DIA 105L@BIA.gov.
Yeah, what we experienced in that, this was new, brand new to the BIA and to the tribe when we entered into this. And we worked in partnership with the BIA to come up with the model that we're using yet today. And that took a little while because we had to start from scratch. There was no model or nothing to go by prior to that, other than the BIA had an agreement with Gila River. But Red Lake was the first tribe to do the BIA lease. And we worked diligently with facilities management and their legal team and BIA administration, and we came up with this thing that's working. And that basically took the longest to get that stuff worked out. But since then, one of the things that slows it down is if you don't have all your documents in order. But if you look at that 25 CFR 900, subpart H, and it tells you what you need to put in there. If you follow that to the T, I mean, it'll go pretty smoothly because we're in our 4th year now with this, and the last 3 years have gone smooth with the BIA. IHS a little different, but we'll get to that later.
Thanks, Dino. So we're coming to our last question. We have a few minutes left. Last year, Congress directed BIA and IHS to get together and hold a tribal consultation on the 105L lease program so that IHS and BIA could get on the same page in terms of how they implement the regulation. And the regulation is the same for both IHS and BIA. So they did hold a joint consultation last summer. I remember it was well attended, a lot of great tribal comments in the session, as well as I'm sure written comments. So this question is first to Jillian, then Judith, and I want to ask Dino for a tribal follow-up. But how have things gone after the consultation? How have you used the information that tribes submitted? What's the end game between IHS and BIA that Congress asked for? Starting with Judith.
Oh, okay. So the consultation, we heard about facility size, what constitutes a proposal, being able to promote transparency and consistency. So one of the things that we started out on this summer was to develop a 105L tribal handbook, guidebook. It's pretty much in a Q&A type fashion, but it really tries to address questions we've heard, comments we've heard, input from tribes as we go through 105L leases and processing them, what we heard through consultations. We're trying to develop something, and hopefully it should be finished in about 2 or 3 weeks. But to kind of demystify, if you will, the 105L program and process, and try to provide very clear discussion, if you will, about what are the considerations that a tribe is going to be going through to help them define their proposal, to help them decide how you want to be compensated, to try and lay out who are the different players in the process and how that might unfold from the initial lease proposal to lease execution, and then what are the similarities when you have a lease renewal, which is generally very much abbreviated process. unless the tribe decides that they want to change things up, which you absolutely can. But it's really intended to, as I said, demystify the process, and we're working with IHS to get their review and feedback, make sure that we can, agree that there's nothing that would misrepresent what IHS does. So
thank you.
I think that's a big thing.
That's right. And just in terms of from the policy perspective, the broader policy that Congress directed us to consult on, the common theme that came through consultation in every single comment I think that we received is that the IHS and BIA should make our policies as similar as possible, acknowledging that we of course have very different facilities types that we support. We should be working together to make sure that there is as much synergy between those two policies as possible, and that's something that we're definitely committed to at IHS, and I know the same for BIA and DOI.
Thank you. Dino.
Yeah, our experience is that it appears to Red Lake that there's still a lot of work to be done to come up with a consistent policy that's consistent, because we're working under the same law and the same regulation, yet IHS and the BIA are a long ways apart on coming up with a consistent policy on this. For an example, like I say, we worked in partnership with the BIA to come up with our proposal. We applied that same proposal to IHS. Let's see, 2021, they partially declined our proposal because they wouldn't allow principal and interest. And we got in a big hassle over that. Come to find out, 2022, they could pay principal and interest, so then they declined our depreciation, partially declined that. So it appears to me that there's still a lot of work to be done to come up with a consistent policy that both agencies have, that they can help the tribes to get through this instead of having to go to court to get this straightened out. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous, to say it bluntly, but I think we'll finally be there one of these days. I mean, we've got 2 agreements with the BIA. We've got a new chemical dependency facility in one of our villages that we got I think we're in the 3rd year with that, with the IHS, and we just going to go into we're putting together the proposal now for a new dialysis facility that we have at Red Lake, and hopefully we can get these things ironed out so that it goes a little smoother with the IHS side of it.
And just a quick finish on that is, again, the basics and most critical feature of 105L for Red Lake, and I'm sure most tribes, is to get the building infrastructure in place to carry out the federal trust function that the tribe has compacted from the federal government, whether it's a BIA building or an IHS building or function. And one thing we have to be clear in agreement on both parties is the law, the regulation is explicitly clear that principal and interest on loans to construct a building to carry out a trust function is eligible to be reimbursed. And on any new building that is constructed, the IRS allows for depreciation of the full construction costs of that building. It cannot be stated that you can only have one or the other. They are both eligible. The law is clear. We have to, after this consultation, we have to come to an agreement, and we have to get there because, again, all we're after and trying to do is the federal government has a trust responsibility, and if that means we have to have a building to carry out a function, the cost of that is eligible in the lease, and Congress wants it. Finally, the regulation itself states explicitly at the beginning for the 105L section, the Secretary shall construe liberally on regulations in favor of the tribe.
So we're coming in towards the end. I just want to make one last comment. First of all, thank you, everybody, for participating in this panel. The record really speaks for itself in terms of how successful the 105L lease program has been. We were speaking as we were preparing to come up to the stage, and I might not get the numbers exactly right, but I think, Jillian, you said that there are about 400 plus leases that the IHS has negotiated, and I think, Judy, you said 100.
We're at 183
or something
or thereabouts
like that. So
now.
the total amount is over $200 million right now. We're essentially 6 years into this authority having been exercised, and frankly, there are probably still a lot of tribes and tribal organizations, both on the BIA and IHS side, that haven't taken advantage of it. So I see the number of leases going this way, the amount that's going to go back to Indian country going this way as well. So overall, I think this is really a very significant and positive set of developments for tribes, self-governance tribes, but also Title I contracting tribes throughout the country.
That's right.
So thank you very much, everybody, and
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. That was Enhancing Self-Governance Use of Section 105 Agreements by Dave Connor, Jeff Strom, James Garrigan, Jalene Curtis, and Judith Wilson. My apologies on the names there, folks. Even Creator messes up once in a while. You ever look at your coworker and wonder? We all got cousins. All right. We're going to get into our next panel discussion. And this one is White House Council on Native American Affairs and Update. Our host for this panel, you might have seen him in Dances with Wolves. He was a guy in the back who fell off his horse. Please welcome to the stage Action Indian Community Chairman Robert Miguel. The next host that we have on the panel will be Mr. Ron Allen, Tribal Chairman, Jamestown Sklallam Tribe. Number one in our hearts. Yeah. And coming to the stage, Mr. Anthony Morgan Rodman, Executive Director, White House Council on Native American Affairs.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. So we had to make some extra calls, but we got the White House here. So I want to welcome Morgan, to our conference. He regularly shows up, and he's had a great deal of experience with with the White House and with his advisory committee. As everybody knows, during the Obama administration, that it was initiated, and Morgan took the current role that he's in right now, and took a pause during the past administration, and then the Biden administration, put it back on a priority and reinitiated this advisory committee that, as everyone knows, is co-chaired by Secretary Holland from Interior and Secretary Basara over at HHS. And Morgan's a staff, so he's going to provide us some updates on what's going on. So, Robert, I'll turn it to you for opening questions.
And again, thank you for that introduction. I did fall off the horse, but I wasn't drinking, just to let you know. Edward, I appreciate you being here, and thank you for being with us. And obviously, you are a part of the White House Council, and you've got a great team, staff there overall, with Secretary Haaland overseeing all of that. And again, we're in an area now in the administration where we do have some great support for Indian country overall. So again, we appreciate your efforts and your work overall in that area. So can you provide an update on recent activities of the council?
Yeah, I'd be happy to, sir. So I'd like to thank Chairman Allen and Chairman Miguel for facilitating this conversation today, and I'm honored to be here amongst inspiring tribal leaders and tribal advocates and staff, and thank you for the time. So the council has been doing a lot. The White House Council on Native American Affairs, it was started, President Biden restarted it. It began again last April, and that's co-chaired by Secretary Holland and Ambassador Susan Rice over at the White House. And my position as executive director is situated within DOI, but under a secretary, in the Secretary Holland's chain, and we work very closely, very quickly sometimes with the White House. And I do have a little bit of a scoop, because this morning was the second meeting of 2022 of the White House Council cabinet level. So Secretary Holland, Ambassador Susan Rice convened their cabinet level peers and senior administration officials for the second meeting this year. And the purpose of this meeting was to really track deliverables for the Tribal Nations Summit that will happen again later this fall. And the deliverables have been informed by tribal consultation, by tribal leader engagement, issues like native languages. So there was discussion on the native language MOA. There was discussion on Executive Order 14049, which started the White House initiative on advancing educational equity, excellence, and economic opportunity for Native Americans and strengthening tribal colleges and universities. And then a discussion around this National Native Plan on Native Languages. I think the National Plan on Native Languages was being proposed. That was proposed at the last Tribal Leader Engagement session in July, which I'll get to in just a second. There was also discussion on tribal homelands. So the Tribal Treaty Rights MOU that was signed by 17 agencies at the last Tribal Nations Summit. A joint secretarial order between USDA and DOI that promotes co-stewardship opportunities. And then the Indigenous Knowledge Guidance. In addition, there were economic development initiatives discussed, and there'll be tribal consultations between now and the summit on some of these deliverables that were discussed at the meeting. And then really quickly, Secretary Holland started this year. She made a commitment for the council to engage with tribal leaders at least 3 times a year on the council initiatives. And the first one was in January, and the second one was in June. The last one was in July, or not the last one, but the most recent one was in July. So a lot going on. Those are some of the most recent updates, but I have plenty more, but I want to make sure we get to the next question. So.
Sure. Thanks, Morgan. So, Indian country always wonders, what issues rise to the attention of the advisory committee, since you bring the senior cabinet members, whether it's the cabinet secretaries themselves or their designee, but it's at the top level in the cabinet, in making sure that the issues of Indian country are being addressed. What's the high-profile issues that the Secretary Holland and Basara want to raise the attention to their colleagues? And so, many wonder, how that is shaped out, and people are wondering, now that we're getting deeper into the second year, are we? What have we accomplished so far? What would you point to that this is an achievement? I think we've achieved. But when we first started, a little over a year ago to today, so there's high expectations. But then also relative to that, is recent developments, and one of them is the current Supreme Court case, the Castro-Huarte, Oklahoma versus Castro-Huarte, where it challenged tribes' jurisdiction, tribes' sovereignty, tribes' sovereign authority, and will that get in the top of your radar in terms of the importance of it for interior, for justice, et cetera?
So the priorities of the council are informed by tribal leaders. They're guided by the engagements, by the consultations, and Chairman Allen, you raised the point of Castro-Huerta and then McGirt before that. And that is an area of the Public Safety and Justice Committee of the council, which is co-led by Department of Justice, and Department of Interior. And that committee was formed when Secretary Holland and the Deputy Attorney General, Lisa Monaco, raised their hand at a principals meeting last year and said, we will lead in this area. And it's not just those two agencies, it's a number of other agencies like HHS, like DHS, and others that participate in this. So yes, Castro Huerta and McGirt are part of that whole portfolio that is part of the priority set. And as far as the other accomplishments, one I think, from my perspective at least, that I think is important is the like internally and organizationally, one of the major accomplishments has been really the resurgence of the council in terms of productivity and organization over the last 16 months. So after the kind of dormancy of the council in the previous administration, the council really restarted in April of last year. And Cabinet has met at least 3 times in 2021. It's met twice already this year. The staff level of the council, they have once a month at least, all hands on deck meetings, which has an invite list across the federal government of 300 people. And at those meetings, it's really trying to establish across the government a firm understanding of the nation-to-nation relationship, the treaty responsibilities, the trust responsibility, and also to talk about specific issues like you raised with Castro Huerta. So it's quick connections, it's announcements, and for the all-of-government approach, that's really important. And there are also 6 committees of the council. Public safety and justice is one of them. They also meet. They also are churning out deliverables. And so at the summit, it's going to be like the showcase of what the council has been doing. And that's a way to hold us accountable and make sure we're achieving the tribal goals.
Anthony, if I may, you've brought up some good points and some discussions as far as our accomplishments thus far with the White House Council. And obviously, again, as I mentioned, we are in an area where it's Native issues are being really looked upon and moved upon with this administration, and hopefully after 2 more years we get another administration that's going to support our efforts. So again, as mentioned, some of the accomplishments that you stated, what priorities are we looking at the next 2 years?
So overall, thank you, Chairman Miguel. Overall, one of the priorities is to make long-lasting, if not permanent, positive change for tribal nations when it comes to in terms of quality of service and programs from the federal government. So basically creating a better federal government for tribal nations and tribal communities. That's kind of the long-term goal. And that happens through getting agencies to work together, to talk amongst each other, and to really coordinate strategically, because that doesn't happen by itself. That's really one of the council's main activities is facilitating and helping lead this multi-agency approach. Because without the council, there's not another body right now that does that. And one key piece of that, though, there has to be frequent and meaningful tribal engagement, tribal consultation to help guide this effort amongst the agencies. We've been working on consultation as well, because there have been more consultations perhaps this year and last year than there ever has been. I think that's probably pretty safe to say. But the flip side of that is there are a number of them, and so we have to make sure that they're not overlapping, that they're accessible, that they're easier. So that's another priority as well.
Thank you, sir.
So in the past, during the Obama administration, a lot of tribal leaders, including myself, was frustrated about some of us to get in front of the council. Is there plans, or is the plans that tribes get involved with the subcommittees of each area of jurisdiction? So that's kind of layered now, because you have so many topics that's under your jurisdiction. What's the plans to get us more engaged in the many issues you're addressing?
Thank you, Chairman Allen. So the council this year has hosted 3 tribal leader engagement sessions that had 4 of the council committees, the leadership, and the actual leadership of the committees are cabinet members. And the participation this year has had Secretary Holland, Secretary Buttigieg, Secretary Becerra, Secretary Cardona, Secretary Vilsack, the EPA Administrator, the Deputy EPA Administrator, the Deputy Secretary Graves from Commerce, the Deputy Attorney General, and the Assistant to the President, Julie Chavez Rodriguez. I think that was the kind of full suite. Oh, the Deputy Attorney General, Lisa Monaco, also. So all of these cabinet or their deputies organized this year 3 times, and that will continue. So there'll be different, and that's just with tribal leaders. That's unscripted. It's under the topic of whatever the committee is, but it's really a free-flowing kind of back and forth, except we're kind of crunched for time when those happens. But so we'll continue those. And we have the Tribal Nations Summit again. That will happen later in this fall. It hasn't been set yet. The date hasn't been set yet, but more details are to come there. We'll have tribal consultations on the different initiatives as well. And one thing that's been raised to me by a tribal leader has been the different secretarial advisory boards that are those that are there and those that are forming. That's a direct link to a council member there as well. So those can be potentially used as updates directly from one of the council members for White House council issues. So that's just one idea, Chairman Allen, and we can always respond to ad hoc issues as well. So.
Well, I would say, I see we're out of time here, so Chairman Miguel and I, on behalf of all of our tribal leadership delegation, appreciate you reaching out to us, keeping us well informed, and we look forward to the next White House meeting with the tribal leadership. We trust that you and Darren Carrera, if I'm saying his name right, over there at the White House, will be preparing for it. We have expectations that President Biden will follow in the footsteps of President Obama. On every year, we'll meet with them and the top level staff. So thank you. We deeply appreciate your leadership. We appreciate your accessibility. Thank you.
If I may, Chairman Allen, before we leave the session, if you could clarify exactly where your office is at. I know it says White House Council. It doesn't necessarily mean you're in the White House.
So thank you for that clarification, Chairman Miguel. The permanent chair of the council is always the Secretary of the Interior. In the Biden-Harris administration, it's Ambassador Susan Rice and Secretary Holland. The executive director sits in DOI, so my position's in DOI.
Okay. All right, again, thank you for that. Again, thank you for all you do. And again, we look forward to meeting with you again and having you up here sometime.
My pleasure.
All right.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. That was Anthony Morgan Rodman,
Chairman.
White House Counsel on Native American Affairs. You know, I got a question. Is there anything Anthony can do about these gas prices? Dang. Hook us up with a discount, something. All right, staying on stage, our panelists will be Mr. Ron Allen and Robert Miguel. This next presentation is Self-Regulation of Gaming Operations. Please welcome to the stage the beautiful Mrs. Jeannie Hovland, Vice Chair and Director of the Office of Self-Regulation, National Indian Gaming Commission.
Hey.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Nice.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Glad to be here. Sounds like my mic is working. Oops.
Oh. Lost your Wi-Fi.
Okay. Am I good?
Well, Jeannie, welcome. And without a doubt, as everyone knows, for a great deal of Indian country, gaming is a huge opportunity for us over the last 25 years. And so it's huge. So we want to congratulate you in your appointment as a commissioner. We appreciate everything you did over at ANA. Did a lot of good work over there as well. So we know that you're well familiar with Indian country. So I think first things first, let's talk about what your role is in providing regulatory oversight over gaming in Indian country.
Sure, absolutely. And do you mind if I open in my language?
Yeah, by all means. Please.
Thank you. And Petu Washte, good afternoon. Chante Washte na Pei Chuzapi, Ginny Hovlin Amachiapi, Isante Oyate Matansto. I greet you all with a good heart. Again, I'm Jeannie Hovlin. I'm a member of the Flandreau Santee Sioux tribe, which is located relocated to South Dakota. And I'm also Oglala Lakota and half Norwegian. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me, Chairman Allen, and to the Tribal Self-Governance Committee. Thank you for including the National Indian Gaming Commission on your agenda. I have been in this position I came in as a commissioner and was later voted on by the commission as the vice chair, who prior to me filling this position was the great Catherine Issam-Claus, who is now with the Secretary of the Interior, Deb Holland's office, and continuing her great work there. So I'm honored to be the vice chair. And shortly after my arrival, I guess it was in May, I was appointed as the director of the Office of Self-Regulation, which again I consider an honor. In my prior role, I worked with you and the Self-Governance Committee to try to find ways to bring more self-governance to programs, federal programs that didn't have that language. Thankfully, Congress included self-governance in the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, which is the framework that establishes regulation over tribal gaming on Indian lands. So that's my long answer to the role. So we are a regulatory agency, and I should say it's unique. We are an independent agency under the Department of the Interior, and we receive no federal funds. We are funded solely by tribal gaming fees.
Jeannie, again, I want to thank you for your time and your service to the Gaming Commission. Obviously, as we always say, in all realms, not just gaming, but when it comes to self-governance or self-determination, who better to know and regulate tribes as they move forward, because they know more about their tribes than anybody else. So it's better that we are able to do it in a respectful way and in the integrity of what we do overall. So can you tell me how many tribes have sought a certificate of self-regulation? And if there are those that haven't, why do you think they haven't applied for self-regulatory status?
Yeah, absolutely. And I know we have about 15 minutes to go through. I'll just say we were going to take a deeper dive into the process and the benefits of being a self-regulated tribe at a session following this. So on the higher level, we regulate over 240 tribes across 29 states that have tribal gaming on Indian lands, and out of that we have 5 tribes that are currently certified as self-regulatory tribes. And so we're trying to discover a little bit more as to why there aren't more tribes that are seeking the certificate of self-regulation. And so we did take it to consultation last July. We did a very extensive consultation series that we're continuing to bring to whether it's a Federal Register notice, a final rule, and go back to more consultation on it. But self-regulations was one of them. And part of the comments is that it is a burdensome process. It is quite an undertaking, not only for the tribe, but also for the agency. So we are looking at ways that we can try to make it less burdensome. Another comment we received is when there's turnover, whether it's in tribal gaming regulatory authorities, tribal leadership, there isn't always the awareness that there is self-regulation for gaming. And so we're trying to get the word out more using our social media platform. Thank you for inviting me here. This is another way to get the word out about the self-regulations program we have. And those have been the 2 primary reasons we've heard, the process and more outreach about the program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So what is the commission doing to help and encourage other tribes to be more self-regulatory? For us, tribal self-governance is about our authority, that we should be able to be, the federal government should trust our regulatory oversight over any activity that goes on our reservation, including gaming. Mississippi Choctaw, among the first, wrote it right into the law and went straight there. And I'm sure the commission created the framework and the criteria to determine that they could become self-regulatory. Mm-hmm. So what are you doing to encourage or to assist tribes to become more self-regulatory and basically working yourself out of a job and turning that authority right over to the tribes?
Thank you. Absolutely, you're right on. Working ourselves out of a job is our goal, as well should be, because our tribes have been in the gaming industry for a long time. There will always be a need for regulatory oversight. However, getting more control into the sovereign nation's hands is definitely one of the goals of the agency. And there are benefits that come with it. Specifically, the authority that the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act has given to NIGC is the regulation of Class II gaming, and that's more we'll go into that in the presentation, how that does spill over into Class III to a certain extent also. But the tribes that have Class II gaming, one of the benefits is a reduction in the fee for their Class II gaming. And so we are encouraging tribes to reach out to us. We are building toolkits and a checklist for tribes to be prepared to look and say, this is what it's going to be required for us to submit a petition. Are we ready? If not, where are we on this list that we need to get better prepared for? And then we also offer training and technical assistance. And so we really want to encourage and help support. We want it to try to be a seamless process if possible and provide as many tools as we can up front beforehand.
Jeannie, obviously we want to do all we can to encourage tribes to obtain a certificate of self-regulations. And again, it's better for everyone, I think, as we move forward. So what are some of the barriers that you guys have encountered during this process, if that, again, trying to encourage some of these tribes to obtain a certificate?
That's a good question, and I believe some of the barriers are some of the reasons that we talked about, why we aren't seeing more tribes seeking the certificate of self-regulation. One is the amount of time, and a lot of our tribal gaming regulatory authorities really can be a small group of individuals that have a big job. And so taking the time to set aside to really go through the checklist, reaching out, being prepared for it. We will come and do an intensive on-site visit. And I think that would be the biggest barrier is just the time and the process and the undertaking, the commitment to it.
Thank you.
So, right now, there's only 5 that are actually formally approved. What is the formal process you go through to determine that, okay, you are now, in the eyes of NIGC, you are a self-governing tribe? What steps do you take?
So you're leading into my presentation in a little bit, and I encourage you to come and join me right after this, and we'll really go into a deep dive. But I would say that we will look back at your audits, your fingerprint cards, just following the process that. Not going above and beyond what is already the process, just ensuring we'll do a 3-year look back. And I should tell you, in the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act, and by the way, I'm sitting in a room with champions that put the language in the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act for self-governance. So thank you for your input on that and advocacy on that. But one of the requirements is that regulatory requirements is that we look back 3 years from the date of the petition that the tribe was continuously operating Class II gaming. And so the commission recently issued a waiver for tribes that had to close their gaming facilities due to the pandemic. So that section of it is being waived. We do not want to discourage tribes from feeling like we're ineligible because we had a shutdown due to the pandemic. And so we did announce that we are waiving that portion of it. So it's a 3-year look back, looking through the audits, looking through compliance issues. And again, we have a very detailed checklist that our compliance and our Office of Self-Regulation team looks through. It's the same checklist that the tribe goes through. It's the same checklist that we use to measure if a tribe meets the eligibility for self-regulation tribe.
You know, one of the things I'm very impressed with when it comes to NIGC and then NIGA, you know, the organizations, is that you guys are doing a lot of outreach to the respective gaming tribes throughout the United States. You know, you guys are sending out via email blasts or whatnot as far as, you know, sessions or just classes that you guys provide just to keep up to date with just the ever-changing things as far as gaming. And I think that's very, very key and crucial, obviously. And so, you know, again, I commend NIGC for that because obviously we want to protect the integrity of the game, and who does gaming right but Indian tribes, you know, overall. So I'm very proud of that. So are there any updates as far as new things you guys are doing to, again, continue to initiate with tribes? Are there things up and coming as far as what you guys plan on doing?
Thank you. Yes, actually next week in Tulsa during the Oklahoma Indian Gaming Oklahoma Indian Gaming Association Conference, we will be announcing the fiscal year 21 gross gaming revenues. And I know that our tribes anticipate seeing those numbers. We had a 17% decrease from fiscal year 20 compared to fiscal year 19, of course, because of the pandemic. So I'm not able to release the final numbers, but I'm happy to share that we do have some good news to share next week. We want to encourage you, if you're not able to attend in person, we will be sending out the announcement also by email and on our website about the direction that our tribal gaming facilities have taken since the pandemic. And I just am so proud of our tribes and our tribal leadership who've really set an example to our nation, to the world, on rising up and advocating for our people, for our communities, and the resiliency. I'm just so proud of the leadership, and I'm grateful next week we'll be able to share some of the fruits of the strong leadership and the tough decisions that had to be made, and again, our resiliency, economically, spiritually, emotionally.
Yeah, and again, I for one, you know, looking at when I get emails, I mean, I see probably like 7, 8 every day just popping up as far as opportunities to, again, stay engaged in just the new areas as far as keeping up to date with regulations and whatnot, so I appreciate that.
Absolutely. We also had our first in-person training a few months ago, June already, and we will be having another in-person training, national training, which will be 2 days of intensive training in Wisconsin, and we will have that information on our website. I forgot my notes, otherwise I'd tell you the dates and the exact location, but we want to encourage you to come to those trainings. I'll be training also with our team on self-regulations also. That will be one of the several topics. So that's the other thing we have on the horizon, and thank you. We want to continue to be transparent. We've done this extensive consultation on a total combined of 17 regulations and policies. We received some great feedback. It's a huge undertaking, but we are trying to move them across the finish line and be very transparent. So on our website, you will see we have the next steps for everything that we did consultation on, and we have some notice of public rulemakings that are coming out that will be issued in the next week. Please submit your comments. We need to hear from you. We want to hear from you. It's very important, as you said. You know your communities, you know Indian gaming, and we need to hear from you.
Well, since the industry started back in 1988, and the 90s, we started growing like crazy. Then in the 2000, it just sort of mushroomed and exploded. So I know I lost track of the actual number. In the mid-30 billions of dollars, tens of thousands of jobs, millions of dollars of unrestricted revenue for tribes to enhance our programs. So gaming industry has helped many, many tribes. Not everybody, but many tribes. And so we deeply appreciate the partnership that NIGC is engaged in to proactively, develop this trust relationship with the tribes and our regulatory, or whether we're self-regulatory or not, that we do a good job of providing to assure the integrity of our properties and the games that we provide to the general public. So we thank you for your leadership and Sequoia, and we appreciate the commission continuing to do the good work to help us in moving more and more, faster and faster to the self-regulatory status.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, everyone is looking for their backpack. It's a black backpack with a gold zipper, and it has a iPad in it, and it's lime green. So if you could, if you found that, please come on over to the Bayside Room A area, and we're gonna pay you out with $10,000 cash for that. So. Also, another announcement about tonight here in the Grand Peninsula Room. We're gonna be having a reception, and it's gonna be entertainment. There'll also be food and drinks, but come and join us tonight starting about 6:30. Our reception will start, and it features music by all-season artists Gunnar Jules, Antoine Edwards, Spur Poirier, Miracle Spotted Bear, and also comedians Milo Smith and James Junes will be performing. And also DJ Rudy Indigenous will be in that house spinning. Maybe we could get him to play some Neon Moon or something like that, you know? Some of them old school tunes, you know, something that'll just make me miss her. So we're going to get into our next panel, and it's going to be enhancement and collaboration on research. Please welcome Sandra Richards from the National Science Foundation. She is the head of the established program to stimulate competitive research, moderated by Chairmen Robert Miguel and Ron Allen.
Thank you so much.
How you doing?
Thank you so much.
For being here.
Thank you.
Did you get
No, there's none. Okay, so this is the last minute panel update. Quite frankly, Sandra, welcome. And so we're just going to turn it over to you, and so you can explain to our delegation about the foundation and what you're doing and what the opportunities are that's coming through your organization.
Yeah, absolutely. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Chairman, both for having me today. As mentioned, I'm Dr. Sandra Richardson. I'm from the National Science Foundation. I'm in the office of the director and the head of our established program to stimulate competitive research. And I'm also a member of our tribal consultation and engagement working group at the National Science Foundation. And so I'm very honored to be here. This is NSF's first time participating in the Self-Governance Conference, and I've been here since Monday and have just thoroughly enjoyed every moment of it and the opportunities I've had to interact with all of you. And so I'll just start by just sharing a little bit about the National Science Foundation and why I'm here and why we want to be here and why we want to engage with you. So the National Science Foundation is one of our federal agencies. We're a mid-sized agency located in Alexandria, Virginia. And we've been around since 1950, where our primary mission is to promote the progress of science. So we are a funding agency, as our name suggests, with a heavy emphasis on science. So anything that touches scientific research, that includes technology, engineering, mathematics, and all the different branches of science, for the most part, NSF has its hand in it. And so we provide funds to support research efforts around science, but also science education, so STEM education as well. And in particular, we're very interested in engaging with tribal nations around much of the work that's being done and leveraging your expertise around scientific research and the heavy knowledge management piece of all the work that you're doing. And so as you think about, really anything, you think about road infrastructure, as you think about climate change, as you think about, issues with broadband, as you think about STEM education and STEM workforce development, and how do we make sure that those who are involved in the STEM education pathway is reflective of those who live in the country. All of that is work that the National Science Foundation is engaged in, and that my office in particular has a heavy role in, but it's threaded throughout all of our agency. And so our director, Dr. Satyanathan Pachanathan in particular, has taken a very strategic approach to making sure that our agency is involved with tribal nations. As an example, last year in 2021, he held a town hall with leadership of all tribal nations. And subsequent to that, the working group that I'm a part of held a number of listening sessions where we just wanted to hear from the tribal nations in terms of how do you see yourselves being engaged with NSF? What are some things in particular in terms of research and those that we fund to do research that you want to make sure that we're watching out for? And how do we solicit more proposals from especially our tribal colleges and institutions who are doing research around the many areas that the National Science Foundation funds? And so I know we have just a short bit of time. You know, normally I talk a whole day about this, but I'm just delighted to be here, and I want to, alert you to funding opportunities at the National Science Foundation, but also so you can put a name with a face, and as you see me around at the conference, feel free to come up and engage in a conversation with me around research opportunities and around some of our other funding opportunities at the National Science Foundation.
So, Sandra, how do anybody in our audience track you down and get more information?
Yeah, great. So, Sandra Richardson, the easiest thing to do, just Google me. You can find my email really quickly. That's one way. But beyond that, I encourage you to go to nsf.gov. And it's a really user-friendly web page. And there is a link there that says something like funding opportunities. And you can search by interest. So you can use search words like tribal nations, or you can use specific words like climate change, or health and prosperity, or mental health, all of those sorts of things. And we have hundreds of program officers that are linked to those respective areas, and you're welcome to reach out to them. But you can also just send me an email, and I can, do some e-introductions or link you up with the respective people. Another web page that I want to make sure that I share with you is NSF Tribal Engagement. I think it's .gov, but if that's not it, it's .org. And that's our working group. And so on that page is a wealth of information. There are all the transcripts related to those listening sessions that I told you that our director held. There's a virtual town hall that sort of walks you through all of the funding opportunities that are very specific to tribal nations. And there are, I think, transcripts as well from prior conversations with leaders of tribal nations. So I encourage you to go to that website as well. Very good website. Yeah.
Well, Sandra Richards, thank you for this update and alerting our audience and tribal leadership about this opportunity. So we deeply appreciate it. And so keep an eye out for us. We're always looking for these kinds of opportunities. Absolutely. Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Thank you, and thank you for having me again.
All right, everybody. That was Sandra Richards from the National Science Foundation. Chairman, you're going to lead us right into our last panel of the day here. This is Economic Development Success Story, Native-Owned Mad River Brewery. Everyone, please welcome to the stage Linda Cooley, CEO, Mad River Brewery.
Thank you.
How are you doing? Hi. Good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
good to
see
you too. You want to lead off? You want me?
What's that?
Okay, I'll lead off. Linda, welcome. Mad River Brewery. Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't know why you would want to talk about beer and Indians. So this is going to be an interesting conversation. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So tell us about it. What's the creation? How did it start?
Mm-hmm. Mad River Brewery has been in business for 32 years. It was part of the original craft beer movement in California, especially Northern California, where that was driven. And 2.5, 3 years ago, we were propositioned by the old owners that they were struggling with keeping the brewery fresh and new in the market, and that maybe we had a space with our customers and telling our story. And I took it to our leadership, and we went and purchased a craft brewery.
Yeah, I had to take a double take when I looked at Brewery and the Giants. And it was 2014 since they last won a World Series, so hopefully this helps them win one this year.
Let's hope so. Go Giants. Let's hope so.
A few Giant fans out there.
Yeah, a few Giant fans. And if it works, we'd love to have it in Arizona too. So.
Yes,
Diamondbacks.
yeah.
So can you tell us about the intertribal partnership that Mad River Brewing recently formed?
Yeah, so we have one with the San Francisco Giants, and that was really looking in a time in COVID when everything was shut down and all of our customers were shut down. How can you do business when you're not able to? And we really knew that we had to get our name out there and our story and what we're fighting for. And I looked at professional teams, and the San Francisco Giants was a no-brainer on being inclusive and diverse. And so I literally emailed about 200 people that work there asking if anyone could just pick up the phone and talk to us and hear our story and what we're trying to do. And we did, and we came up with this incredible partnership where, as opposed to being tokenized in the history of that, we're able to tell our own story. And we're able to have our product in their stadium with our labels, and each product that we have is for a certain endeavor we're fighting for. And to have the visibility of our logo and the Yurok tribe in a huge stadium with that demographic is incredible.
So how did this partnership with the Giants happen?
I started stalking all the employees and emailing them.
It went up the chain?
It sure did, yeah. And finally we got a call back from someone from the marketing department and said, hey, we would like to talk to you about this opportunity we were looking at. And even in the first meeting, we didn't necessarily talk about beer. We talked about the struggles that we're having in Yurok country. We're having a huge issue with MMIWP and our water, and they listened, and here we are.
So it's a little bit of self-governance persistence, isn't it?
It is. You don't stop trying until you make a way.
Yeah, we're starting to see now that we do have partnerships with professional teams throughout the United States, Indian country, in different realms, different areas overall. And we've actually in Arizona had a couple of California enterprises come out and reach out to see if we were interested in the brewery aspect of a partnership. Nothing that we went forward with at this time, but those opportunities are presenting themselves. Whether you're a native-owned business and whatnot, they're there, and I think we'll see more of it as we move forward, especially with professional teams and how successful they are in the certain areas. So, but with that, what made you interested in opening up a brewery?
So I've been in the beer business since my 21st birthday. My dad built 2 of the breweries for Anheuser-Busch. And it was just a natural fit for me. It's you're with your community and you're with your people, and the people I worked with were my family. And really, we were helping all these businesses in my hometown that needed help, and we were there to support them. And it was a family. It was my second family. The opportunity to bring my second family with my original family and my tribe, it's pretty incredible. And the business that I'm in, it's not going anywhere. People are not going to stop drinking beer, and maybe we could sell beer or consume it in a better manner. Maybe we can make better decisions about it. Maybe we can make better buying choices. We just formed a partnership with another tribe that's growing our ingredients for our beer. And we really want to bring it all together where it doesn't have to be this devil in the room. We can consume this responsibly and work together on it.
So what advice would you give to a tribal citizen wanting to start a business, may not have a lot of capital, or even a tribe, either one, tribal citizen or a tribe itself, as a business person? What advice do you give them?
You have to be passionate about whatever it is you're doing. No matter what it is, you're going to have a struggle. And if you don't have the passion for what you're doing at the end of the day, your likeliness to succeed falls. I think also having a good support team around you and staying focused and having people to rely on at the end of the day when things go wrong, and having your base of who you are and where you're from. I've had numerous days where I either go home crying or I'm celebrating because of just what's happening in the world and hearing people's stories. And if it wasn't for the passion of my career and my people, I don't think that I personally would have hung on 20 years in the beer business. So I think staying grounded and having support.
You have moments when you didn't think it was going to work?
Yes. So many.
What'd you do?
I reached out for support to people around me. And I asked the question, am I doing the right thing? Is this the right thing to fight for? And then also I looked at my 11-year-old daughter who thinks that there's no limits in the world, and she has no idea yet because she doesn't see that. And I thought, I have to leave this world better for her. I can't leave it how it is. I can't leave it where we don't have visibility in Indian country and these main businesses and these main corporations.
Myself and Chairman Allen, if you would have bought us a mug or a stein, we would sit with you all day and just talk about beer. That way, we still have time. So, but obviously, one of
you
my
bring any samples with you?
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be tonight at dinner.
The samples are great. But one of my questions is, as you moved on and you moved forward with your brewery establishment and just a relationship with the San Francisco Giants, were there any obstacles or any kind of state regulations overall that just kind of was something that you had to overcome or go through during the process?
We had a unique situation where we were in the pandemic, and then it was an MLB lockout. We just had the worst situations possible that came up every time we made a move forward. I think that we look at tribal businesses, a lot of them are on reservation, and there's benefits to that. Our brewery is not on reservation, it's off reservation, so we completely comply by all of California and federal regulations. We pay everything, we're not getting any tax breaks, we're doing everything just full speed ahead, and it's really difficult, especially in a time of a pandemic or bad economic times. And I think really rethinking that and getting outside the box is, when I was hearing you speak earlier about things we're fighting for, we're going to have more and more businesses off reservation. How are we going to support that? We can't have all of our businesses on reservation, and also it's going to limit our growth if we're only targeting that. So how do we do that? And what we're finding is we have to be really smart about the way we run business and save money where we can. We're out there competing with huge breweries and huge businesses, and we are the underdog. And I think it's important, we should all be supporting each other in Indian country. I think intertribal commerce, I know it's my big focus of bringing each other together and elevating and uplifting. And even if we're just sharing each other's information, that's part of the success.
And if I may, one final for me is, now that you have a relationship with the Giants, is there exclusivity that comes into that? I mean, so does that just limit you to the Giants? Let's just say the Padres came to and wanted a relationship. Does that prohibit that from happening?
No, it doesn't. They didn't put any exclusiveness on us. Okay. They didn't really give us a cookie cutter situation. They've been amazing. We have a new partnership with the Sharks minor league, the Barracuda, and we'll have our own, there'll be a Mad River bar actually in there, and it's a professional stadium, which is crazy if you would have told me 10 years ago that you're going to go to a professional stadium and see a tribal representation in that form. So no, we weren't locked into any agreement, and I suggest nobody gets locked into an agreement like that.
Thank you.
Well, I guess I think that was pretty much all the questions that we had for you. So, Linda, one of the things from my perspective, as a strong advocate of tribal self-governance, which is intended to help our people become more self-reliant. And so we want the tribes to be self-reliant. We want our people to be self-reliant. And you certainly are a model of persistence and determination, working your way through the challenges and looking for opportunities where all of a sudden, what can I take, this career for me? So we deeply appreciate you sharing your experience, sharing what you've accomplished, and how others can do the same thing, whether it's a brewery or vineyard or any other kind of a business that's out there on or off the reservation. I think that point that you made is quite relevant. So we appreciate you sharing your experiences with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. That was Linda Cooley, native-owned Mad River Brewery. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. I just got a quick question for y'all. How many of you guys are interested in seeing what the voice of the creator looks like? All right. I'm going to peek my head out behind the curtain here. Are you guys ready? Nice to see you guys too. I'm not what you expect, huh? Yeah, don't assume anything nowadays, you know? All right, quick announcements here. So we're going to go into the breakout sessions, and before I dismiss y'all, I just want to remind you that tonight we're having the reception down here in the ballroom. The DJ, Rudy Indigenous, will be here spinning all the greatest hits. There'll be a comedy performance by James Junes and Milo Smith, and there'll be a musical performance by Gunnar Jules, Antoine Edwards, Spur Poirier, and Miracle Spotted Bear. And there will be a chef, Crystal Wapapa, will be preparing some indigenous meal for us. And also Mad River Brewery is going to be here and be served. So come on down, hang out, vibe with us. And we'll see you down here at 6 o'clock. That's when the doors open. And now you can go out to your breakout sessions. Check your agenda. Self-Governance Authority and the Department of Transportation will be in Cypress B and C. Tiawahe Initiative, Success Stories and Q&A with tribal representatives. That's going to be in Harbor A and B. Implementing the Progress Act, Regency B. Expanding the Community Health Aid Program, Regency C. Listening sessions, self-regulations of gaming operations, Sand Pebble A and B. We'll see you at the reception tonight.
We them bougie natives, 5 rings up on my bed. We them bougie natives, big hat with the brand. We them bougie natives, got that custom made blend. We them bougie natives, new city, new sweet grass, new sage. We them bougie natives, put my knowledge in my brain. We them bougie natives, new city, new sweet grass, new sage. We them bougie natives, you can holler at my name. Look, Snow Goonie from the boonies, not the type you see in movies. Felt the spirit living through me since I was a puny dookie. Nietzsche, looky, how I get low when I boogie. Don't mind me some goodies. I'm native bougie. My wifey be the wolf and I'm the wolf that's from the sea. And she no Pocahontas, more like Buffy St. Marie. Come do your dance with me. I dip, you dip, we dip. No, it ain't blasphemy. I sip, you sip, we sip with Nietzsche. I stand and rock with all my shoe without the wooses. Me and bro came out the womb. Nietzsche 1 and Nietzsche 2. We very indigenous people. We some